Welcome to the Lost Lowdown Podcast 156 with your hosts Claude and Justin.
What's up, guys?
We are back starting our season 4 commentary series.
Yay!
How exciting is that? Finally getting to season 4 after all this time.
Oh my god, I've been waiting for season 4.
This is where it all starts.
This is the beginning of
Some
the
might
other part of the
say
show.
the beginning of the end.
You could even say it's the beginning of
Might
the end.
want to just go ahead and say that if that's exactly what's going to happen. Yeah, so many memories of this part of the show when it was back on and airing, 20 years ago, and this whole break that happened, the writer strike, all the good stuff we can talk about, and just that whole we got to go back and just waiting to see, like, okay, well, what's the next part of this thing? Like, what are they going to do now? And then going into this, like, last half of the show, and it's just, yeah, it's kind of, shorter seasons, more punchier.
Yeah.
It's like this last big roller coaster all the way to the end.
Yeah. Yeah, it became more like, what shows are now, shows on cable and stuff where they have,
Yeah.
10, 13, whatever episodes per season, and each episode like does something instead of just having kind of filler episodes where
Yeah.
nothing really happens of value and you could kind of just delete them and nothing would really change, and I think like Lost hasn't been really bad about that, but they definitely have had those episodes in the first 3 seasons, and
Yeah.
I think starting now it really doesn't happen, or at least a lot less often. And I also think in a way like we have to go back. I mean, that's a huge transition. I think you could. I mean, all the early stuff in the show matters, to some extent. Obviously, the season 1 stuff, is like legendary, and the season 1 stuff is what they really hang on to, I think, like for emotional pull and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Going into the end of the show. But in terms of plot, I think a lot of the stuff from seasons 1, 2, and 3 could just be kind of quickly summarized as, and I guess maybe we'll see that. Um,
Could you do it in perhaps 8 minutes?
You might be able to do it in 8 minutes and 15 seconds if you could talk really fast. So yeah, maybe I should, let that speak for me. But I think, it could basically just be summed up as, learning about the characters and, they crash on the island and they get off. Some do and some don't, and like that's really the if you know that, you can kind of get into this part of the show, and this part of the show is a unit. Seasons 4 through 6 all kind of bleed together in a way that you can't just get rid of them. Whereas like for season 5, like season 2 doesn't matter that much, for example.
Well, it could if the incident, it does lead back to the Swan Station.
That's true.
And they don't do the thing I always wanted them to do and will forever want them to do, which is to make traveling in the 70s actually matter.
Yeah. Yeah, and I can't get over the incident feeling like business.
Yeah.
Just to get them back to the present. Like I actually, in retrospect, I mean, I guess here's the problem that they run into. They have some people left behind on the island. What are they going to do for 3 years? That's what they had to come up with. And I do think like the Dharma stuff was kind of a flop. Like it didn't, I don't really like most of that stuff. I like a lot of stuff in season 5, and there are aspects of that story that work, but overall it kind of just, it ruins Dharma. It ruins Radzynski.
Well, it's the classic Lost shuffle. I mean,
it is. It's a very Lost thing to do.
Whenever you shine light on a mystery, you get to see that it's not. It's usually not that crazy. Yeah, it disappears, and if there's anything left, it's not that interesting. And
Yeah.
I think that, we see that with Dharma. And, I was just thinking, as we've been talking about in this commentary series, there's some, very specific themes going on in Lost that aren't necessarily obvious if you're just watching the show and not super analyzing it and reading what the creators and writers have said about it and their intentions. But it just dawned on me that, the thing that I want is for all the time traveling in the 70s and going back into the beginning of the Swan Station, back to the incident, back to this event that was on the Blastdoor map and, really seemed to matter and is dealing with some big parts of the show like the Swan Station and Rosinski and all that stuff. Like, what I want is the story that, well, part of why the Losties are on this island is to go back in time and then prevent a potentially global disaster.
Yeah.
Because of their intervention, because of their presence in the 70s, due to this weird island that allows time travel from time to time, um, they were able to intervene in this circumstance that would have potentially destroyed the world. And like, to me, that's a crazy interesting storyline. Like, that's really cool. But maybe the whole point is that that can't be the reason that they're on the island, because if there's a reason that they're on the island, then the show is not staying true to the theme that uh, all of the meaning is internal and not external. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because that would be an external reason to the meaning of why they're here, versus an internal reason of they have to decide why they think they're here. They have to decide what it means that they've been brought to the island and are stuck there.
Yeah.
They have to decide what it means when they see the smoke monster. They have to decide what it means when they see the Swan Station and there's this button, and they have to decide what it means that the others are there. So all those things that keep happening over and over. Like, if they said, no, 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 here's one big reason why the Losties were there, that's kind of outside of that scope. And
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's like, oh, okay, well, that's why they didn't do it, or if they just never thought about it. you know, or if it just, they were, do they want it to just be happenstance and circumstance because that's, in keeping with their storytelling goals, or is it just one of those things that they just got close and never connected the dots on, which we see a lot.
Which part was happenstance?
Just the fact that they're back in the 70s and the
Oh,
incident's
okay.
happening,
Okay,
but
yeah,
but
got
but
it.
they're not actually involved
Yeah.
with like stopping anything from happening or making any big change. Like, because presumably it seems like if they weren't really there in the 70s, everything would have happened kind of the same way. Like, um, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I think it's kind of ambiguous. There's the element of like the thing Miles says, what if this is just how the incident happens, you
Yeah.
know? Um which I think ends up being basically true. So there's, it's that whole like coincidence versus fate kind of thing.
Mhm.
Um like it's a coincidence, but it was fate or both or
Yeah.
neither. Um but I think then there's also the question of what would have happened. I mean, maybe the answer is it's not possible. But what would have
What's
happened
not? Oh.
if they hadn't transported into 70s?
Mhm.
Um, I mean they were at war with the hostiles. The Swan Station was built on hostile territory or whatever across the neutral zone. I don't know what they called it.
Yeah.
But they had some kind of treaty. They transgressed the boundaries that they had agreed to build the Swan Station there. So I mean, theoretically, and in the official Dharma history, it goes down as an incursion by the hostiles, and of course, the hostiles do help, right? They
Yeah.
provide the weapon, you know. Um, so it's not as though they weren't involved. It's just they. they didn't exactly execute it.
This is for some reason the way you described it made me think of Star Trek: Deep Space Nine,
Really?
where like the Swan Station is Deep Space Nine, the space station,
Mhm.
and its position next to a wormhole, which is the pocket of magnetic energy on the
Yeah.
island.
Oh God.
And yeah, and then the others, I guess, are like they're either the Cardassians or the Bajorans. And then yeah, and then you
Well,
have the Losties, which is like the Federation or
I mean,
something.
you're really, it always reminded me, the whole thing with the wormhole aliens, who are AKA the prophets, are
Yeah,
sort of like Jacob, and
yeah.
what are they called? Shit, now I can't remember what they're called. The bad guys on,
The Wraiths. Yeah, we talked
Wraiths.
about that before. Jacob.
Wraiths are like the Man in
Yeah,
Black.
Jacob is a the wormhole aliens, the good guys, and Man in Black is the Wraith. That was
Yeah.
the whole thing because yeah, it was a whole thing of where the Wraiths didn't want I'm sorry, yeah, the Wraiths wanted to get back into the temple, which was like their island
They
or
were
something.
ejected from the temple and they were
Yeah,
trapped
they
on
were trapped.
Bajor.
Yeah.
And so they wanted to kill the prophets to reclaim the.
And that's another thing too, right? It's like it took like the leader of the person who was like the emissary and then like the leader of the Bajorans to like even crack the code and
Yeah,
figure out where the pirates were.
yeah,
So that means Kai Wynn is like I guess Ben
yeah.
or
Actually, yeah, I remember that plot reminding me a lot of the whole thing with Ben, and yeah, in a way, like,
didn't she want yeah didn't she want to be forgiven too? Like that was
yeah,
her whole thing. Like
yeah.
she wanted the pirates
And she was
to.
pissed that they didn't speak to her.
Yeah, she was pissed.
She
That was
didn't
her
get
whole
vision.
motivation. Was she
Yeah,
jealous of the emissary and other people who had spoke to the prophets
yeah,
the whole time,
yeah. She's totally been.
and she was like, "What about me?" And then she turned evil. Oh man. Oh, and that's right. Then Gul Dukat is basically he's like Man in
He's
Black,
like Man in Black. Yeah.
convincing Ben to help destroy the god.
Coming in
Oh wow.
disguise
Oh
and
wow, that's so crazy.
manipulating her. Yeah, it's actually
This is
fairly
why they
similar.
say there's only like, one story or seven stories or something. I mean, like,
Yeah,
it's just the same thing.
yeah.
That's really funny though. That's really cool.
Yeah, there's a lot of overlap there. If any of you are like kind of fans of Star Trek world and you haven't seen Deep Space Nine,
Yeah, if
definitely
you
check
like
it out.
Lost and you like Star Trek, go watch Deep Space Nine.
Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of really good stuff there, and a lot of really Lost-esque stuff in a Star Trek context.
Mm-hmm.
It's good. But yeah, that analogy holds up pretty well, I think.
Yeah, that's really crazy.
Yeah, I didn't really connect the power though, sort of the power of the island versus
Mhm.
the wormhole.
Yeah, and that's another thing too, right? Like time is different for the wormhole aliens. The island is weird with time.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh, yeah, there's a lot of. I think we could do a whole podcast on that.
I think we could. Yeah, there's surprisingly many connections there. It's weird.
But yeah, I forgot what we were talking about with Lost though.
Oh, uh, let's see. Oh, I guess I was just talking about how um it's possible that if they hadn't gone back, that the hostiles actually would have
Oh,
would have attacked anyway and done the same plan with the same
mm-hmm,
nuclear device, you know?
yeah,
So, you know what I mean? It's not clear that if they hadn't gone back, the incident wouldn't have happened in some way. I mean, maybe not exactly the same way, but you know what
yeah, yeah. They were trying to set off the nuke, right? Is that
I
what
mean?
they were trying to do, or were they just attacking it? And there's a nuke there. I forgot how that
What do you
works.
mean? The Lossies?
The hostiles.
No, I mean, they just had the nuke. Um, and they had it from the 50s when the
Well, that's right. Oh no, so the Losties get the nuke from the
yeah, they
hostiles,
ask
from
them
the
for
others
it
because
because it's Faraday's idea.
Faraday
They have to
says,
do it.
which is a great. I mean, it's just I remember when he said that. It's such a sci-fi plan. I love it, and like it doesn't work.
It
And
doesn't work.
again, I guess that's the show telling us like your science is no good here.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I love that. Yeah, it's like here's my quantum physics. Look, a nuclear explosion
Hmm.
at the pocket will reset time. That's crazy.
Yeah, it is.
That's
It
craziness.
is. Yeah,
But it did do something, so it did get them to the
it
future or
did. It
to the present.
did.
But
It did, and it has that feeling of. I mean, it's not clear to me why, um, uh, why that blast would have transported them to the future. Like,
hmm
um, it has that feeling of like they had completed their mission there or something,
yeah,
and like that was the, sort of like I guess if they stayed there, they'd probably all be dead.
yeah. Just I guess that's
Jacob
wrong.
does say they're coming,
Yeah.
which always made me think somehow he was partially involved in their being transported back
Well,
to the
and what
present.
I was just gonna say, well, maybe it's just as simple as he was there in the '70s when they
Well,
left,
there is that. There is always
and
that.
but I guess that doesn't really.
That doesn't necessarily mean he would know when they would be there in the future, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. That's good.
Unless he somehow could sense it, you know. But again, I mean that gets to sort of the powers that are very vague,
Mhm.
especially related to the time travel. Like that whole element of the story is very very strange.
Yeah. Um. Yeah, but there's a lot of cool stuff here in season 4 that I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, yeah. I think I really like season 4. It's in an awkward position, I think,
Mhm.
because of the flash forward at the end of season 3. And so I feel like most shows in general, and I mean there are some problems with this in season 3. I mean when you do this device, it can take away some of the tension.
Yeah.
So we saw Jack and Kate got off the island.
Mhm.
So that means that until we catch up with them there, I mean, we know that for this whole season on the island, for example, Jack and Kate, if they seem to be in danger, they're going to be fine,
Yeah.
you know? And, I mean, okay, we know Jack and Kate are probably going to be fine anyway, just confirmed by
Mhm.
TV rules. But, you really know it 100% when you reveal that they get off the island. And it becomes even stronger, I think, as they go through the season and they reveal more people who got
Yeah.
off the island. And it's
Well,
like,
and that was a big shift too. The idea of okay, well, the whole point of the show is to get off the island. Well, once they do that, the show's over. But it's like,
yeah,
well, who's to say that they're done with the island just because they got off the island?
yeah,
And I thought that was a great,
fantastic.
a great kind of addition to the drama of the show is that even if they leave the island, like they're still like Jack, of course, they're
Yeah,
still traumatized by what happened, and it's not done with it. It's not just we leave the island and we can move on with our lives. It's like, you know, what's weird is Jacob brought them here because they were broken, and they're aren't they still broken by the
yeah.
like I'm thinking of like the end of the show when some people get off and
At the
are
end,
aren't they
yeah.
still broken? Aren't they even more broken because they've lost new people that mattered to them over the time of their time in the
Yeah,
island?
you could
You
say
know,
that. You could say that.
like
I mean, maybe like Ben is less broken or something,
yeah,
um, but maybe a couple of them are better off in a way. Sawyer or something,
Sawyer just lost his
but he
only
did he
friend.
did lose the love of his life, so I guess that's kind of shitty. But he
Well,
found
and
her
it's only
too,
yeah.
so you know,
Yeah, but he lost her, he lost
yeah,
Jack. I mean, like he
yeah,
lost
yeah. Yeah. You make a valid
seems like
point.
he's like more. I don't know, kind of more broken. Uh,
Yeah, but I do think it's essential for what the show's about, I think it was a very smart move to say, okay, when they originally crashed there, it was out of their control. It was an accident, quote unquote.
Yeah.
They were just like there. They found themselves there with no, but they have to choose now. They have to
Hmm.
say, no, we're going there
Yeah.
intentionally. And I think
Yeah.
that really changes a story when you have them specifically, decide to go there.
Yeah.
It becomes about something else, than just like we're in this crazy place and we have no
Yeah.
idea where we are or what we're doing and we just want to leave, you know, because that's
God.
pretty much what it was.
And any show would have had Locke be the one to round them all up and go back to the island. But they were like, no, Locke, screw you. You're the worst person we know.
Oh man,
We don't want anything to do with you. You're crazy. It's
yeah,
weird. It's weird. When Jack says they have to go back, it's like, oh, okay. But when Locke
yeah,
says it,
like whatever, old man.
yeah, whatever, dude. You blew up the submarine. We can't trust you.
Yeah. And you were wet, and we
And
still
you
don't
were
know
wet.
why.
Still don't know why you were wet.
Yeah. Well, yeah, so the Locke story is also something that really kicks into high gear starting now. I think basically it started with the cabin, which was right at the tail end of season 3.
Hmm.
Um, but they're gonna pick right up with that in this episode, I think. And you know,
Oh la la.
that's his
As the French say, apparently.
that's his like season 4 arc.
Yeah.
Because at the end he's gonna finally go back to the cabin and receive his next instructions. So I guess
His further
you
instructions?
might say his further instructions. So I don't know, am I crazy now? Like I feel like they never connected these dots, but now it's sort of like fitting for me. I hate when things seem to make sense. Okay, so just this seems obvious, but
Okay.
you know
Let's
how
go.
last
Let's
time they go
hear
to
it.
the cabin, like
Yep.
he hears a voice that says "Help me."
Help me.
So then the next time he goes to the cabin, Christian tells him to move the island. Like,
Uh-huh.
is that just step 2 of that? Like he's like, the help me was this. Now I'm gonna help, and this is what I do. Like, is that what that is? I always felt like they didn't pick up that thread.
No, no. Are we really gonna start this by talking about the cabin? I mean,
Well, the cabin's in this episode.
it's just okay. Well then, all right,
It's
we
it's
have to.
vaguely relevant.
It's such a nexus for confusion, which is a great band name. Um, sorry, as soon as I heard it.
It is.
Um,
I can't disagree.
hello, Seattle. We're Nexus for confusion, and we're here to rock. Um,
Gonna go see the NOC tonight? Oh yeah.
NOC, yeah, nobody rocks like NOC, man. um, so okay, the cabin. So the
I
problem
know it's a can of
becomes,
worms.
yeah. Why worms?
I don't know.
Why did you put worms in a can? Who did that? I feel like that
It's a
saying
bad idea.
is
I thought
based
that
on
was
like
the point.
it's based on a prank somebody
It's
pulled.
like if you put worms in a can, at least you shouldn't open it.
Yeah, it's like that was like the first prank ever.
It's a whole
Like,
problem.
somebody put worms in a can. It was like, oh, watch them open that can of worms.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Um. So my point is that the
Yes.
cabin. Whenever you talk about the first encounter of the cabin, I think that's that's pre-singularity, right? And the singularity being that point at which whatever they originally had planned for the cabin
Right.
and the inhabitant of the cabin somehow morphed and changed into what it is after that point.
Right. Right.
And so yeah, so that helped me. I don't think really connects because I think that helped me was about something else.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, I
and
feel that way too, but I'm just wondering if that's how they might rationalize it.
Mhm.
You know, because he goes there and he's like, yeah, I speak for Jacob, and here's your mission, you know, and like you could view that as him helping Jacob, you know, at least in his mind.
Yeah, yeah.
But
By
I
moving
do
the
agree with
island.
you. I do agree with you. Like things changed, and I think as we go through this season, like I'm kind of undecided about when they changed because I think in this episode, um, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if this episode is before the change or this episode is an attempt to transition. Um,
Mhm.
because what happens in this episode is, spoiler alert, um, we see the cabin with Christian in it, but we also see the eye
Mhm.
and the eye of Jacob, which is this image that they only use twice. They use it in this episode and in the previous one with the cabin.
Yeah.
It's this really quick shot of an eye, and I mean it's implied it's the eye of Jacob in context. Um, and so and they never clarified what that was supposed to mean, you know,
Mhm.
whose eye it was supposed to be and so on. It doesn't seem to be Christians, you know, and Christian is clearly the man in black according to what they say later.
Yeah.
So if there's like another person there, like it's kind of weird. Um, but yeah, so that's why I'm wondering if it's old plan, if it's a mixture of old and new plans that then changed into a third plan, or if it's a transition of like handing over the reins from the old thing that was in the cabin to Christian, Man in Black, who now is going to be in the cabin. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do wonder. I am trying to, yeah, that's what I'm trying to piece together in my head now is what the meta, I mean, the if you just show an, I mean, obviously an eye is a very big visual symbol in this show. It's the first and last frame of the series.
Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't even think of that.
So I think that I'm trying to figure out what is the eye trying to say metaphorically, and maybe that's it. Like eye is vision, it's looking through, its perspective, and maybe it's the handing off of perspective. Like, but yeah, just we'll watch it. Let me see how it comes off to
Okay.
be. But yeah, I am kind of confused about that whole switch, and you know, because they basically said, listen, we have to have a way to have a character, right? Who whatever force is in this cabin that we're connecting to the cabin has to actually be an actor we can hire.
Right.
And so yeah, I think the shot of the eye and then Christian is definitely like that, like. But it just begs the question, like, it's either um, the eye is Man in Black and Christian is Man in Black, or it's the eye is Jacob and Christian is Man in Black. It's not the eye is Jacob and Christian is Jacob. That doesn't make any sense.
Right. Yeah. No,
Um,
definitely not that.
and what's the other permutation? It's not Man in Black's eye and Christian is Jacob.
I know one theory I had at one point was the eye was Jacob and Christian was the smoke monster, and it's the smoke monster that changed.
What do you mean?
Well, I guess Jacob changed too. If that makes any sense.
Mm-mm.
No? So I thought that they maybe changed their idea of what the smoke monster was. Like
Mm-hmm.
the smoke monster wasn't necessarily Jacob's enemy, nemesis, brother,
Well, that's the
etc.
thing too, right? They have been in the same place talking before.
Yeah.
So is it just them talk? But the point is that we see Christian, right? Like,
It's weird that it's Christian, and also like the way they're portraying Jacob, if that's supposed to be Jacob, is very inconsistent with the way they show him later.
yeah,
You
it's
know?
probably both. It's probably the eye is Man in Black, and then then it's like him transforming into Christian.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, there is precedent for him being two people. I think we see I think we see Christian in the chair, and then like the eye comes up in the window. We'll see. We'll see how it is in the episode.
Yeah.
It's been a while, obviously, to like see what seems like it makes the most sense. But it's always hard. I mean, I feel like playing this game is like, I mean, whatever. It's very lost. We're working in complete uncertainty because there's so many levels that could be the issue. Like there's what they were trying to convey, there's what they actually showed and what their intentions were, and like it's really hard to know. We don't know what they were thinking, and based on that, it's hard to judge like what we're looking at.
Here's a crackpot theory. I think that could be a thing. We know that Horace built the cabin, right?
Oh God, yeah, don't. Oh man,
So
yeah,
perhaps that's
yeah.
the Eye of Horus.
Oh no.
They like their
Oh
Egyptianography.
no. Oh, that's hilarious. Like Horace's ghost or something?
Like that's Horus in there.
Horus
Yeah.
apparition?
Yeah.
I guess that's really not totally inconsistent with what they show in other places. That's kind of interesting. I don't think I've ever heard anyone say that. What I will say is that I think by the end of this season, Cabin Fever, when we go back to the cabin, it seems to me that by that point we got Christian Shepherd in there. He's there with Claire. It seems to me that the later version is in place. It seems to me that we got Christian Shepherd definitely being the Man in Black, having corrupted Claire or whatever, and pretending to speak for Jacob. And all that seems to work for me. It doesn't feel to me like they changed something after that.
Yeah, it sounds right.
So I think the change either this is a transitional episode or the change happens during the writer strike, which was a theory I had for a while. That time off, they thought about the story and came up with some new ideas or some different ideas from what they were doing before.
Yeah.
Like variations or whatever. I do think Horace building the cabin is one of the details I still don't understand. I mean, I like, it's fine. Like somebody built the cabin, right? The cabin is not, it's just like everything on Lost. Like it's not just some magical thing that appeared. Somebody built it,
Except for the lighthouse. I still don't get the lighthouse.
I think somebody built the lighthouse. I don't know.
But why can no one see it?
Well,
unless you're magic powered.
Because, it's, I don't know. But yeah,
Right.
so like it's there, someone built it. So Horace built it fine. But on the other hand, like I don't know why they told us. Like I can't.
Well, because wouldn't we be asking, wow, I wonder who built the cabin?
Yeah, but couldn't we ask that about any number of other strange structures that they didn't tell us?
But don't we know? We know.
Like the statue.
We know who built all those things.
Like the stuff down in the cave, the lighthouse, like you just mentioned. I mean, the temple.
Well, don't forget. I mean, that was season 3 when they were, out of things to talk about.
Wait, what was season 3 when they're out of things to talk about?
When we saw Horace in the cabin.
No. It's coming up. It's season 4.
Oh, that's season 4?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah, it's Cabin Fever. At this stage we haven't learned that yet.
Oh,
we don't
wow.
know. It's kind of interesting to me in retrospect. Like the first episode where we see the cabin is the first episode where we get a Dharma flashback and we see Horace.
Yeah.
And yet there is no apparent connection in that episode.
Okay.
It plays in a strange way. Like I always thought it's sort of like it's telling Ben's backstory, but it doesn't really seem to have anything to do with the mission to the cabin that they do in the present day. Looking back though, it's like it seems like some weird plan.
Well, isn't it? Yeah, but it shows his birth wasn't on the island, right?
Yeah.
Which is a thing that
was a big reveal. Yeah, that was one big thing they
I
did.
was born here. Oh God.
Yeah,
Air.
classic Ben. But
Yeah.
yeah, so it's the end of this season. So, they're and also it's in the second half. It's in the post writer strike stuff, which means it's in the part where they're, pressed for time and they're trying to get the end of the season,
Yeah.
as quickly as possible because they had to reduce the number of episodes for the production to work. But they considered that a detail that was worth including in that period, and
Mhm.
I don't get it. I agree with you. If they did it in season three,
Well, you know
it would
what? You
make
know
more
what it is?
sense.
You know what it is? It's this is my 2 cents. I think it's the numbers. I think it's here is the origin of this thing that seems
And that's all it
supernatural.
is.
And the
Yeah,
origin is super normal
it's
and
just a guy built a
yeah, just the guy who built a
fine.
cabin.
Yeah, yeah. I guess that makes
That's
sense.
probably what it
But
is.
it's just, but Horace, I don't know. I mean, I guess it had to be somebody, and like,
Forrest was
why not?
having problems with Amy, okay? They
Right.
had a baby on the way. He needed,
Yeah.
he needed a place to drink and be
Right.
alone.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like we
Okay.
did, I remember us talking about a crackpot theory that somehow Man in Black made him build the cabin,
Yeah. Yeah.
something. And then there's been so much talk. Oh my god.
Yeah. And I feel like that's valid in a way. I always wanted them to expound a little bit more because, the problem also with Horace, the Horace story, and there are those who believe Horace did not, in fact, build a cabin, is
Ah,
that, the only way
the cabiners, what are
yeah,
they
these are the
called?
cabin truther.
The cabin truthers? Yeah.
uh the only source, I mean, the only reason we think Horace built the cabin is because, he says that in this dream that
Hmm.
Locke has,
Yeah.
and the dream uh sends him to Horace's body where there's a little map where he can find the cabin, and that's where Christian's waiting. So, I mean, it's possible that the whole thing was just made up to lead him there. It doesn't have to be true. It probably is true, but it doesn't have to be true.
But didn't
Because I think actual real Horace, the Horace guy, never specifically acknowledged the cabin. And that was something I always wanted them to do, you know, when we're actually seeing Horace like all the time in the 70s.
and Locke had no idea who Horace was, right? When he saw him in the dream.
Yeah, no, I think he just knew he was a guy from Dharma.
Um hmm.
So like
But
that's
I
that's
thought
kind of
that
that's kind of how it works. Like he tells him he's been dead for blah 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 years. He has this Dharma thing, and so he knows to go to the pit that Ben showed him where he put all the bodies after the purge. So that's why it works, I guess.
but and that's just where is that where Ben shows up to kill him? Yeah, he isn't that where Ben tries to kill
Well,
Locke?
yeah, last season that's where he shot him.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
But
yeah.
they're gonna go
Okay.
back there, and this time he won't shoot him. He'll you know, get the map, and they'll go to the cabin.
Yeah, so that's the thing, right? Horace has the map to the cabin.
Yeah, but it could have been
So
planted.
by
The Man in Black.
but why plant why do that?
Well, it is ridiculous, but it wouldn't be the first time,
Why
some kind.
not just give him a dream and tell him he has to go to the cabin?
Well, it's a fair point. But this kind of thing happens in stories. Overly elaborate, plans to lead someone to go somewhere or do something. Like it's a thing. So I think
Yeah.
it's possible, but I agree. I mean, I agree that he built the cabin. I don't really doubt it. It's just
Hmm.
like, in a way, we don't have specific confirmation from the
Well,
real.
I mean, everything on the show goes in that category.
That's kind of true, yeah. But I always wanted, even just a throwaway line like, "Oh man, someday I should build a cabin," or this makes me like just want to go out in the woods and like build a cabin,
Yeah.
live there. If they just did that, it would have connected the dots.
He never said cabin.
I don't think so. I don't think so, and it's weird because I think the first time we see him in season 5, he's like drunk and he's like wandering out by the wall or something, and I really thought it was gonna be like the impetus for him to go build the cabin, but
Yeah.
no, no, didn't even mention it. No, no cabin talk. I was very disappointed.
Yeah.
'Cause
That's weird.
it's a superfluous detail. I guess it serves a function. I guess now that I think about it, in terms of like leading Locke there, giving him clues, something he can find. I guess I
Mhm.
see the logic from that point of view.
Yeah.
But in terms of yeah, like why it would be. I mean, I guess it just could have been any Dharma person, and that would have had the same. You know what I mean? It doesn't seem like it matters. It was Horus
Yeah. They just picked a character that we knew
that we
a
would
little
know
bit
from Dharma.
about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which we did at that time, which is, coming up in season 4, we don't know very many Dharma characters, because we've only seen that one Dharma flashback, and then like Kelvin.
Oh, Kelvin.
And it wasn't going to be
Oh,
Kelvin.
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 Oh, Kelvin.
Kelvin.
Oh, that's a meme that needs to happen. Oh, man.
I'm your adversary, Kelvin.
Yes. Oh, man. I'm your adversary. You gotta kill me and push me in a whale. If anyone's seen The Leftovers, hopefully you get why we're saying that. Um,
And
it
you
is
definitely
related.
should. I
Damon
totally
Lindelof.
recommend it.
It's still on topic.
Yeah,
Um,
exactly. And we did a
oh,
podcast about
Kelvin.
it on
That's
Mr.
funny.
Podcast.
That's funny.
You
Yeah.
should check that out if you haven't already. We did a commentary on the first and last episodes of season 2, which is really good, and you should definitely check it out if you
Where
haven't.
could they find that podcast, Justin?
Well, if they, I think probably the easiest way is if they do. I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out what the easiest way to get there is. So, I mean, if you go to the lostlowdown.com, on the right, there's a little link to Mr. Podcast. If you want to go direct, it's mrmr-podcast.blogspot.com. You can go straight to the blog. It's also on iTunes if you look up Mr. Podcast, and you can get it there.
Nice. Well, that's really high tech.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't have I don't think we have a specific URL for Mr. Podcast.
Well, they could always go to mr-podcast.blogspot.com.
That's true. That will work.
That works. So, all right, well, let's get into the episode.
Hey.
And all of our questions will be answered about the cabin in this episode.
They always are.
All
So
right.
are we going straight to the episode?
Oh, that's right. So on the season 4 disc, there is a little recap of the previous seasons, lost in 8 minutes 15 seconds. So yeah, we're gonna watch that. You think that's on YouTube?
It seems like something that would be on YouTube. Let me just do a quick check here.
Yeah, there it is.
You find it? Yeah.
Yeah. So if you Google "Lost in 8:15,"
oh yeah, there it is.
Find a couple videos and maybe sync that up with us if you wanted to. Or if you're following along on disc, you probably have it too. So, yeah, we'll do a countdown and then we'll go and do that little bit and then we'll get into season 4, episode 1.
Yeah. Sounds good.
I pressed the wrong button. Okay. I guess we'll have to just click. We'll have to do the countdown, and then I guess we'll do the usual sync and then see what happens.
Yeah.
All right. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. She's speaking very fast.
Yeah, you gotta talk fast if you want to sum it all up.
Are we synced up?
Uh, almost.
All Claire got in her recap was she's cute and pregnant.
Yeah, I know. I know. It was kind of sad. I was just like, that's all there is? No more?
Like polar bears.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, that was important.
Yeah, yeah, I remember being amazed they felt the need to mention.
A French woman speaking French. All right, so that was the end of the pilot,
Yep.
and this is White Rabbit.
Yeah.
This has been a great to see all the seasons like this. Just like the cliff notes.
Yeah.
No, they're not.
Yeah, that's
It
a
should have said
season 3 explanation.
it should have said previous inhabitants.
Yeah. I think that's uh, they get the benefit of they don't really know what the others are at this point, so they're
Yeah.
just saying the thing that appears to be true. Yeah, I definitely feel like some of these details didn't really matter.
Yeah, I mean that's how we got in the Lost right there. That 5 second
Yeah, that was
summation of
it.
Desmond.
That was it. I really liked saving the world, she says, and
Yeah.
then they cut to Jack saving the world.
Yeah, that was great. Yeah, no. Other 48 days.
Uh-oh.
So good. Oh, so good.
Son and Jin are happy to see each
Jack
other.
gets jealous. She sees a horse and freaks out.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I remember all this detail about like what Kay did or whatever. I was just like, really? Kay freaks out? Like they don't talk about when everybody freaks out.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
It's not so much they think as Danielle told them,
Yeah.
which was a mistake.
He's drunk.
Of course. They're
I like
mentioning the
that. I
statue.
like that she lets us know it's very strange.
We're not supposed to think it's normal. Oh god.
Uh-oh.
Did this guy turn purple?
I never saw it. Snow Hut someplace.
A snow hut someplace? Wow, that's what we're supposed to think?
That's what it calls up, and now you can see the future. Oh my god.
Yeah, when you sum it up like that, it sounds ridiculous.
All right, so this is the beginning of season 3.
So it looks like halfway through they hit season 3.
Okay. Wow. So they're gonna have a lot more detail on this last season.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, all the subtext is gone. They're telling us exactly what's happening and why.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the kind of thing where I feel like when I watch it, that's not how I would summarize it necessarily.
Yeah. Mr. Friendly throws like a girl. That was actually a detail we were supposed to get.
Yeah. Yeah,
Wow.
I remember it's like kind of jokey.
Is that like a gay joke? Because we later learned
Oh
he's
God, I
gay,
didn't
so
even
now
think
he
about
throws like a
that.
girl.
God, I wonder if that is what that is.
That's so weird.
That
That was
is.
supposed to be a hint.
Yeah, yeah, because they are gonna tell us that this season.
Just leave her alone. That was his big speech. She's wearing a wig. I love that moment. Oh,
Yeah,
here we go.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, based on that summary, well, okay, I can't even talk. There's too much information. This is like overwhelming.
Very sad.
Very, very sad.
The others come for pregnant women.
Yeah, see, this is all like a lot more detailed.
Yeah.
They're going like scene by scene almost.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Patchy.
Patchy.
He did have a name that we knew.
Yeah. It didn't really happen in that order.
Yeah. Cool new phone. Nothing back.
Wow.
What was that last part?
Some will leave and some will not. Find out who in 2008.
Oh, nice. Did you see like a six flash? That was a weird flash of like the number six on the screen between the scene. It was really weird.
No,
All
did
right.
not.
Cool. Well,
Yeah, that was really. So I guess what I was gonna say is like sometimes they sort of gave an interpretation, but with all the mystery stuff, they kind of just described what happened on screen.
yeah.
They didn't really try to interpret it. So like the description of what happened in the cabin was just like what it appeared to be.
Yeah, but it was a little bit of like what we talked about before of like, okay, Ben feels threatened, that's why he takes him there, and
Right.
then they basically kind of said it like Locke hears Jacob,
Yeah.
well not Jacob, but Locke hears a voice.
They say Jacob because
Oh, they did
that's
say Jacob because that's who it's supposed to be. Okay,
yeah.
Locke hears Jacob, and then they say now Ben is even more threatened.
Yeah.
Um, so that was a little, yeah. I mean that helped a little bit to make it clear, but yeah. Sometimes the subtext they just said what it was, like
Yeah.
Kate and Sawyer thinks he's gonna die, so they have sex. Like
Right.
that's just it. Like
That's what it is.
yeah, that's what it is,
The
guys.
end.
The end. Um,
Yeah.
yeah. Wow, that was a lot of information. There's a lot happened. All that stuff in season 3, and oh, God sent me a pilot. I mean, God sent me a doctor in
Yeah.
an airplane. Yeah.
Yeah.
What else would it
Yeah.
be?
Yeah. What?
But
That's
but but by
proof.
God, does he mean Jacob, or does he believe in both
Yeah,
things?
that's interesting. I wonder what he means.
But
Because
then
Jacob did
later,
send him in a certain sense, but not for Ben.
But then later it's, God can't see this island, so
Right. Right.
but he's probably lying.
Yeah, that's
It's
in
a great
character,
line.
so it's
Yeah, it's
hard
a
to
good line.
know what to make of that. That's a weird one. And
Uh,
like, oh, I didn't press the button and nothing happened.
oh man, oh it's so good.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy that stuff. But yeah, I mean it's definitely interesting what they chose to focus on. Very very broad strokes.
Mhm.
Especially for the earlier stuff. Um, the later it got, the more they were telling us, you know.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
I'm surprised that I mean I guess it's fresh and stuff, but I'm surprised. I guess there's no way around it, but I'm surprised. I'm gonna finish that they mentioned the pregnancy issues,
Mhm.
because I I believe, and I guess we'll see if I'm wrong, that that's not really gonna come up for the rest of the show, or if so, very briefly.
Yeah.
I don't think the others are gonna talk about it anymore. I think Juliet might reference it once or twice later, but uh, but it's not a thing anymore.
Mm-mm.
Once that mission fails, like basically the others go to the temple and they're kind of gonna wait there for a while.
Well, it goes back to what we said before about Ben, right? It's really only mattered because it mattered to him.
Right?
Like
Yeah,
it
that
seemed
was
like
his thing.
most people were kind of over it,
Yeah,
and
totally right.
and I think they had this kind of sub story there with Sun and Jin, and Sun getting pregnant, and
Yeah,
that somehow like ending that storyline. So yeah, I don't know. It was yeah, but once Ben is on to bigger and better things, more conflict, yeah, it's not even a thing.
he's not thinking about it. Yeah, so maybe there's a little more in terms of like Sun has to get off the island,
Hmm.
you know. Um, so maybe that's why they needed to include it. But it just yeah, for example, they didn't tell us about Jack's tattoos.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, they threw that. They didn't mention like fire plus water and like the baby had to
They
be
didn't mention
baptized.
Locke and Sawyer, with the real Sawyer. They didn't mention any of that.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, you're right. They cut that. Yeah, yeah. And I was thinking like some of the stuff they were telling us, I was like, well, this is character stuff. So
Yeah.
that's why I would think that shouldn't matter. But it does seem like that's also a thing that once it's over, it doesn't really matter anymore. You
Hmm.
know? I guess it's a turning point for Sawyer to like meet him and actually like kill the guy that he's been obsessing about for all that time. And so it's sort of like
Yeah.
once he kills him, it is over, I guess. Um, but there's not a lot of discussion of it later.
Yeah.
It's kind of so I can see why they would cut it out, but it does seem like a significant moment. I don't know.
Hmm. All right, you ready to start the
Get into the
episode?
real thing here.
Yeah.
Without
There's nothing like the real thing.
the jokey commentary.
Yeah.
All right. Yes. Let's do that thing.
All right, let me know when you're ready. Everybody get your players ready if you're gonna sync up and watch with us the beginning of the end.
Okay. I am ready.
All right, here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oops, there's another thing I have to
Oh,
click.
season play. Yeah, it's fine.
Continue season play at the beginning. All right, here we go.
Okay. One
If
more
you got
time.
if you got stuck on the season play menu like I did, play the beginning of the end without tracking with season play. Does it matter which one it
That's the
is?
one I did. I don't think it matters too much, but
Okay, so play the beginning of the end without tracking within season play in
all
five,
right.
4, 3, 2, 1. Previously on Lost is one of my favorite phrases ever.
It's a great phrase.
I'm not on a boat.
Boat? What's a boat?
Who's on a boat? Oh, Kate. Not yet, honey. Look at this
Back
guy.
in the back.
That knife throwing from season 1 came in handy.
It did, finally.
Patchy.
Fucking Patchy. Uh-oh, titular line. You gotta get a fix.
Sit tight.
Because I like to fix things.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, look, they piled up fruit on the island. I assume that's what we're supposed to think.
Yeah. Well, why wouldn't you think that? That looks so fake. That footage on TV looks so fake.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like Hot Wheels or something.
Yeah, it looks like toy cars. So who's this guy pouring vodka in orange juice,
Ooh.
making a screwdriver at what appears to be
Wow.
4 or 5 o'clock? What?
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
Not our
Fucking
favorite alcoholic.
I know, TV's favorite alcoholic doctor. And there's a long list.
That's true. That's actually a thing.
Yeah, right? Yeah. It's all the stress from the job. So, I mean, what's great, right, is, I mean, it looks like an action movie. It just looks like they're filming and someone's going to yell, cut.
Yeah. Yeah. It's so, like, over the top.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like, it's like expose or something.
Yeah, that's exactly what it feels like. Like a thing within a thing. Like, it feels super heightened. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
I think...
Left hand. He's left-handed, folks.
Is he really left-handed?
No.
Is that a thing? Okay. I don't think so.
They're blocking his view. Who is it?
Oh, God.
Antonio Banderas.
God. Oh, my God.
America's favorite Hurley. So you're asking yourself, whoa!
Yeah.
When was this? Because this must be a flashback to,
Yeah.
Either they're off the island or this is before they went on the island. And then he says that.
Oceanic 6, yeah. That's a good example of, like, the extra thing. Because it's like, it's not just Hurley got off. There's 6 specifically. Yeah. And that's where that mystery begins.
Well, not only that, it's like another thing, too, of, like, not just a crazy car chase where Hurley's involved, but it's also all of this, Wow, the TV has a DVD and VHS player. I remember wanting one of those so bad.
I had one of those for a while.
It's the best.
Yeah, it's really handy.
Look, it's Michael Cutlets.
It's Abraham.
It's Abraham from Walking Dead. I wonder who his partner is. I hope she's no one we know.
Yeah, probably not. No one ever knows anybody in the show.
There's no connections on this show. All right, let's listen to what he's saying.
Yeah. So, they might have said, but I'm actually a little confused about what happened.
With what happened?
Like, he thought he saw Charlie or something, and then he just started driving crazy, and they chased him? Is that what happened?
I guess so. I missed it, too.
Because I don't quite understand, like, why they were chasing him.
I think he got that mole taken off. The big one
You
on
sure
the
it's not
side.
just hidden by the bigger mustache?
No, because I've seen him in other stuff, and I think he did get it removed.
No more mole? Oh.
Yeah. And
Yeah, I guess he was just speeding. Like, but it just seems weird to me, like there would be so many police
well,
cars.
it's because he was probably speeding, and one cop tried to pull him over, and he didn't stop, and so now it's a police chase.
Okay. And they just called for backup or something.
Kept going. Oh wow.
Yeah.
Which is a weird image. It's
Yeah.
a weird image. Cause like he didn't see that. He
Right.
didn't. That was like a Charlie.
That's a weird reaction.
Yeah.
You don't usually get that.
Look what I did. I'm Jack.
Yeah, he's pretty satisfied.
Yeah. I mean, Naomi did die,
Mm-hmm.
and Locke is like outcast.
Yeah.
We won't mention that yet.
But I guess it could have been worse.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember this whole thing. This is so
Hmm.
crazy.
Wow. And you think, okay, well, yeah, we know they get off, so
Take it
that'll
off.
be in what? One episode, two episodes?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wrapping things up, like my
Was that
baby.
a pun?
Oh man, that was so weird. Oh, they don't know he's dead, right?
Yeah.
Because she's not crying.
Yeah, they only find out I think when Desmond comes back.
Yeah, she
Yeah.
just Rose just told her to give him a blowjob
Yeah.
at the very least. That's weird.
That is really weird.
I remember this. It
Yep.
was great.
Oh man. These pronouncements.
Yeah.
And I remember really believing this. I was like,
Well,
yeah.
and you when you hear that, you just don't know what he means, and is it
Yeah.
some? Because when you hear that, you think, oh, there's some force that will, to 100% certainty, kill them all.
Yeah.
Not like, well, there's some mercenaries who will come and try to kill them, and it
Yeah.
may or may not succeed. It's just so absolute.
Yeah, he states it so absolutely, like you said, as though just their being there guarantees their death.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And that was the last time Bernard ever talked to Hurley. I feel like we'll never get this scene again because Bernard was like, that guy's crazy.
And the last thing I said to that crazy man was cannonball.
Yeah, I told him to cannonball so I could get a diversion and get out of here. And he laughed at him like he's doing it.
Yep.
Is there even water down there? I always
That's
feel like
me too. Like it
what?
looks dangerous. Like it's like he's just gonna hit the rocks.
Yeah. Now he's free and he's happy, and this will always feel this way.
That timing was ridiculous. Like he cannonballed as the boat was pulling in.
Yep.
Like he ran past them to do the cannonball. Whoa,
Uh-oh.
not the boat. I love this.
Yeah, the thing about Lost, and they do several big things in one scene. I mean, this is like 5 big things in one
Yeah.
scene.
I love that, like, they're not who they say they are. Who are they? I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like
Kind of like, well, what information did you actually convey then?
it's such a lost answer, you know? It's just like,
Yeah.
they're not this, but that doesn't necessarily tell you much.
Yeah.
You know, and what did they really say they were? I mean, they were there from Penny. They're not from Penny. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's
So
sort
they
of like
lied.
that seems
Okay, does
sinister.
that mean they're evil?
Yeah, it doesn't have to. And some of them certainly aren't evil. Some,
Yeah, some think.
I love this. I love this.
Oh, this is so great.
It's so ridiculous.
Yeah,
This
now we
whole
need something from Ben.
sequence of events is insane.
He loves it.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, the fact that she like was lying there and then she crawled away. And there's even more to that story. It's so ridiculous.
Fucking Hurley. They could have just killed them all, that move.
Yep.
Kimi will appreciate that. There's so much craziness. I just remember all the craziness with like calling Smokey, and he comes and fights
Oh
Keith,
yeah.
and all that. Oh man.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
Oh, this is great.
Yep. Yep.
Oh, Jack.
6 hours. 6 hours they're going to be on the boat laughing.
6 hours.
Oh, Jack, he's so optimistic. So, I think that's all the levels. I mean, we don't know them all yet, but like, so Ben probably saw her.
Mm-hmm.
She actually does make a fake trail. Kate's right.
Yeah.
Kate
Yeah.
says she's not gonna go, but she goes anyway.
Yep. Yep.
It's so ridiculous.
Yep. Jack is convinced Ben is safer in his custody.
Yep,
Like
yep.
there's just so much going on. And then we cut to this.
Oh yeah. Right, and they're all like, "Oh shit, we better arm up and get ready for the big fight."
Here, I'm thinking I was gonna get a good night's
Eh,
sleep.
eh. It's like a Humphrey Bogart line.
Yeah, right. And then then the freighter had to walk into my island.
Eh.
Right after I gave you meds, we're
Mhm.
gonna have a weird scene.
Oh shit. I
Yeah,
forgot about
man.
this.
Yeah, man.
Ah, I was not thinking about this guy.
Yeah, I forgot.
Yeah, something weird happened with this guy too.
So that's a lie.
Yeah, definitely a lie.
He's Remy Danton. Fisk and him, or Tusk. I mean, yeah,
Tusk. Yeah.
Tusk and Widmore, same person.
Oh God. Yeah, that's weird. In a way, he is that type.
Hmm. I love that he checks.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird because if you know everything, that's not a scary situation.
It's not necessarily a threat. Although
No.
they do, we'll have to talk about it. They do half want to tell us later that maybe Widmore was gonna kill Oceanic Six or something.
Yeah.
So maybe there's a threat there, but it does seem more just like he's trying to get information.
Yeah.
You know, because Widmore wants to go back.
Yeah.
And actually, I, I'm not sure about the timeline, but has Widmore talked to Jacob at that point? Like, is he on a mission from Jacob to get back to the island? In which case, like,
No,
it's
that's gonna
definitely not a
happen way
threat.
later.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. I guess I don't know.
I
I
always thought
guess,
that happened after the freighter stuff. Like
well,
the
that
freighter,
is
he
after
was.
the freighter stuff.
No, I mean, yeah. I'm confused. I mean, I think Widmore tries the freighter operation, which is Widmore being bad,
Yeah.
and then after that fails, then he talks to Jacob, and then he's like, "Oh, okay,
Well, so
now
that's what's
I'll
going on in the
get."
flash forward.
Yeah.
So maybe he has spoken to Jacob by that point.
Oh, I see. The Abaddon thing is
It's in the
after.
future, yeah.
Sure.
In which case, I think Hurley's definitely not
Oh shit,
under
here we
threat.
go.
Yeah, so here's the infamous scene
So
with
you hear
whispers.
whispering.
The whispers is weird. I mean, it's good atmosphere, but it's not good, plot wise.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't really add up. There shouldn't be a connection.
Well, no, it could be the ghost people warning
Just
him
the
about the
warning.
cabin.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. Lost always makes sense. As long as you add as many elements as you can.
Fucking Finn.
What do you say?
He said, tell him she's getting a really big bundle of firewood. Oh, I forgot. And Kate even took the phone.
Yeah.
That was the extra thing. Ouch.
Yeah. Well, that I don't know if we ever really kind of fleshed that out, but the idea that Kate was supposed to be the original leader of the Losties, it's
Yeah.
kind of interesting that she does this. Like maybe that's
Yeah.
this personality trait is the result of like she's like Jack in a lot of ways. She
Yeah.
doesn't mind taking things and just like following her instincts,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
especially if it gets her in trouble.
Yeah. And it usually does.
Like now.
Like, literally right now. Because it's like, it's not enough that Naomi made a fake trail and shit. She also
Yeah.
managed to, like, climb in a tree.
Yeah.
It's so ridiculous. Oh, Naomi.
She's in a tree.
Yeah, that was just, that was a panic.
Nice.
And I remember thinking like, oh, now we're gonna see the real evil Naomi,
Yeah.
And it's like, no, she just got a knife thrown in her back.
Yeah, she doesn't trust these people. She has
It's
no idea who their
it's not
alliance with.
unreasonable for her to behave like this.
Yeah.
Like, how is she gonna understand? Oh, well, actually, Locke was an outcast, and we didn't want him to do that.
Like
Like,
our leader is gonna kill him next time they meet.
yeah,
Like,
yeah. Like, why is she gonna believe that?
that
Oh, right.
headband is keeping the wig on. Every time I see that, that's all I think.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm hit.
Hurt.
And this is when she proves she's kind of good.
Yeah, I guess so. Although not quite. Because she gives him a code.
Yeah. Oh, you're right. She's
She
just being smart in this scene so she won't get killed by Kay.
Exactly. She appears to cover for her. But she actually tells him.
Look how many. Yeah, I love Lost. There's just so much going on.
Yeah, it's really involved.
Everything's something else.
Yep.
And America waits to find Naomi's sister.
Yep. Yep. I was waiting.
Yeah,
Oh,
I was
God.
waiting.
Back to the cabin.
Oh yeah. Oh,
I can't believe
geez.
they cut away from the cabin and did another scene.
Yeah, that's how heightened this episode
Yeah.
is. They can do that.
There's that much going on. It's ridiculous.
The cabin looks different.
Yeah, it does.
It's got like a porch now.
Yeah. Did it not have a porch before?
I don't think
It didn't
not
seem
like
like
a
it
wide porch.
Yeah.
There's the dog. There's the
Picture.
creaking.
So that should be Christian. That's the eye.
Yeah, it wasn't just an eye though. It was an actual
It's a whole face.
person.
I mean,
head.
you
Yeah.
see the eye with light on it, but yeah, it's a whole person.
Yeah.
And it doesn't seem like it's Christian. If you see what I mean. So this thing here is like also an extra element of the cabin that defies explanation in a
Yeah.
way.
And I do wonder, is this have anything to do with Hurley? Like,
Yeah.
did he just counteract whatever was happening?
It's very weird. Like he is in touch with ghosts and stuff. So
And then Locke shows up.
I
That's
know
so weird.
that always seemed like a weird coincidence when I went back and watched that.
Yeah.
When they get back, he seems normal, but before the commercials, it was like, what?
Could this be Man in Black?
Yeah, see, that's what it kind of seemed. But like, this seems like normal Locke. Of course, he did kind of seem like normal Locke for a while. I'm sure that's what Desmond said.
Mm-hmm.
As sure as that is. Yeah, I think we can track this Locke all the way to the one who dies. So I think it can't be Man in Black.
Mm-hmm. Title of the show.
My God, I didn't remember a titular line.
Yeah.
It's crazy. What are you doing here?
Yeah. Oh yeah, back to that.
Submarine. And why you are wet.
Why were you wet?
Reunions are one of the things they love doing.
Oh, these are all the people who left, and they're going back to the. Oh man, they
Yeah,
all. I remember thinking they all three groups meet in this one spot.
yeah,
Wow,
yeah. Was that a plan or did it just happen?
just happened, just like life. She's always picking at him,
I
literally.
know, I know. Let me just dig my finger in your wound. That's how you know it's true love. Oh yeah, now
Where's,
they gotta share all this bad news.
where's Charlie?
I don't see Charlie.
Whenever a character walks up with a face like that,
Yeah, it's probably not good news.
mm-mm.
I remember in the podcast for this one, I remember you're saying it seemed like they were trying to outact each other
Nice.
with their crying faces.
Yeah, that sounds like me. And this,
Oh, the meaningful igloo.
why is he dragging Igloo, guys?
Oh, that was so weird.
Yeah, so here's the show upping the ante.
Yeah. Yeah. Is he talking about
After
that guy like behind Charlie? Or did he actually
literally,
see Charlie?
literally after he says Charlie is dead,
Yeah.
the next shot is
Yeah.
Charlie being alive.
Yeah.
That's what Lost does so well. They cut out all the fat and they just give you like all of the meat and it's just like back to back.
Yeah.
Did did Charlie know Hurley could see dead people?
I don't think so.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't think so
The thing
either.
is, actually, it was a theory I had. I don't think he could until he got off the island. The only counter to that is Dave, because I don't think there's anything else he really saw before he gets off the island.
True.
It seems like him getting off the island was a trigger or something, or like he picked it up on the island somehow. That
Yeah.
slap is a trope for not dreaming or imagining things.
Yeah.
I've seen that a lot. They even did that with Dave.
Yeah. I'm looking at this scene thinking, how can this be Man in Black?
Yeah, yeah. So I that was a crackpot theory I had at a certain point. Because there's a direct line from this to the vision that Jack has of Christian later.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, if it's not Man in Black, why is he saying that? Where is this coming
Well,
from?
and yeah, and when Hurley, back to your point, when Hurley sees dead people, he sees them on the island.
Right.
So, yeah. Maybe one of the things they changed was Man in Black's ability to
Yeah. Leave
uh
the islands or project off the island or
project up
something.
the island. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Because I definitely feel like that uh, the Christian image is supposed to be the same one, and the smoke alarm goes off.
Yeah, and I think
Can't
it's
get over that.
basically Man in Black knows that, you could read it this way. Oh, here we go.
Oh yeah, this.
But I was gonna say, Man in Black knows that Locke isn't gonna get the job done having the Losties come back to the island,
Right.
so he projects himself with different people to help convince him.
Yeah. Which seems very logical.
Yeah.
Oh, it's sort of like if it's not that, what is it?
Yeah.
Oh, I love this.
Yeah.
Love this.
It's so great. Well, Jack, I was just about to tell you that we're friends, but all right.
Yeah. Oh my god. All right. Well, I can always punch you.
Yeah.
He's lucky it wasn't loaded. He totally would
Right.
have shot him in the face. Oh my god.
Uh-oh.
So ridiculous.
Big speech. Okay. Great.
Yeah, that is such a ridiculous quote. It's
Yep. That's why you're the villain of the show.
yeah.
Nice.
It
Nice.
just keeps going.
It just keeps going.
So
And then another character walks in, and then another character walks in. Can you imagine being a red shirt going like, I don't know
it's
anything
it's
that's going
so
on here.
confusing.
They're all yelling about plot lines I have never seen.
Yeah. It's crazy. She covered for us. No, but no one's there to say no yet.
Mm-hmm. Because I think of everything to save
I'm the guy who
people.
thinks of things.
Uh-oh.
I remember wanting his speech to be a little more inspiring,
Yeah. Here we
but I
go.
guess that's Locke. And I love this because this is definitely an interpretation.
Mm-hmm.
See, I think that's an
Why?
interpretation. He decided to convey that it's not Penny's boat. That doesn't necessarily mean like it's information. It doesn't necessarily mean he didn't want him to be rescued anymore, I think.
And he didn't. It's basically all that they're saying is they're imposters, but it doesn't. That doesn't. I mean, that usually means they have malintent,
It's
but
deception, sure.
he's basically saying we shouldn't necessarily trust them, but not
Yeah,
like we should go to war with them or anything.
exactly. And I don't know that Charlie would necessarily say like go with Locke.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe, but it's it's definitely a classic thing. Like, here's what I think he meant by that, and here's what I think I should do because of that.
Because and that's the question they're not asking. Okay, well, if it's not Penny's boat, whose boat is it?
Yeah,
Who are these people then?
yeah.
It's a whole different show. Like this is such a deciding moment, right?
Yeah,
Like
this is a huge, huge thing. He needs to throw a few more dishes.
right? Yeah, I remember that being crazy. Like Ben being this huge figure and seeming like
Yeah.
a big villain, and then now he's just a prisoner and going along with the bigger plan with everybody else.
I remember being
Oh, this
slightly
is
surprised.
huge.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah. Who me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I want Locke to be eating an orange right now. This
Yeah,
is so
definitely.
classic. This is like, yeah, James,
Uh-oh.
leave you. Oh, no. Okay. I'm not gonna even remember your face.
Make self-destructive choices.
Yeah, exactly. Create regrets, and then it rains.
Yeah. I remember being surprised Jack let Ben go so easily.
Yeah. Way to
Especially
be
with Locke,
fine.
who he
Yeah.
was just ready to shoot a second ago. But yeah, this dividing line is yeah, this is the show is just not the same now.
Yeah. Exactly. They're not one group of people all against the same enemy with the same goal.
Yeah.
Like now they're fractured. Yeah.
And that never really goes away.
Well, I was gonna say maybe that's kind of a long-term structure. Is the group is unified, then it fractures,
Yeah.
and then it tries to get back to unity, and that's what happens at
Yeah.
the very very end
Yeah.
with the main characters.
Right.
Is they're all unified in the afterlife.
That's true.
I mean, that's the bare bone of structure. Story structure is unity, disunity, and unity. So
Right.
they're kind of doing that.
Yeah.
Horace.
Oh God. Ultimate conspiracy. Horse.
So yeah, what's weird is the last time, the end of the season, we saw Jack, but that was Jack with the beard. We got to go back, Jack. Now we're at Jack before that, right?
Yeah.
He hasn't grown into the Jack that wants to go back. Yeah, well,
And
there it
he
is.
has the line about the beard, yeah. They want
Just
to make
thank
it
you.
clear that, like, even though
Yeah,
this is a flash forward, within the flash forwards,
yeah.
it's a flashback.
I feel like I did the same thing when we first watched this. Is like right about that moment, I have the realization I got to think through
Yeah,
who this Jack is in the timeline, and then they have that line.
yeah. It helps solidify. This is like shortly after the crash, or they come back.
Mm-hmm. Oh, tell what?
Yeah, tell what, Hurley? We
Yeah,
won't
that was the
tell.
other thing too. The Oceanic Six had this whole
Oh, the secret.
secret.
Yeah, the
Oh
lie.
man,
The lie.
the lie. Oh man, not the lie. Nothing's ever simple with these people.
Never, never. We gotta lie
Because we got a lot. Because we had to protect people, so we have to lie.
yeah, Widmore. I don't remember why they have to lie exactly.
Because people will find the island, so they have to say when he's dead. Yeah.
Um,
Oh man, this is great.
yeah. Yeah, I remember thinking, oh my God, what happened? Because he went with Locke.
Yeah. Yeah. Who? Yeah. Yeah. This is great. It.
Yeah,
It's so good.
yeah.
That's probably the most threatening Hurley's ever been in the show.
Yeah, definitely.
Never say never.
I mean, they're clearly like building the seed for Jack to reach that point where he wants to go back.
Yeah. I mean, that's great, though. I mean, to start a character completely diametrically opposed to where
Yeah,
he's going to end up, that we know he's going to end up there.
yeah.
It's great. Because time is going more slowly.
I never thought about that. Maybe it was 100 years ago.
Maybe it was.
That's not thunder. I knew it. I mean, I have seen it before, but that seemed like the obvious line.
Fake helicopter.
Totally fake. Although it looks more like a helicopter than the thing that plopped Naomi.
Yeah, they got some extra money for this CG
Yeah.
shot.
I can at least see blades and like the body, and it has the correct general shape and sound.
Oh, this is so crazy.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Whew.
Are you Jack? Are you kidding me?
What? Well,
Wow.
that guy's obviously pure evil.
Well, I got this strange feeling just from that one scene that he might be the son of one of the original
Oh my
leaders of the
God.
island, who was probably married to Widmore when he was the leader of the island.
If the thing is like those elements are available, if anyone saw that was like, oh my God, I think that's the son of Miss Hawking
Miss
and
Hawkins,
Winmore.
yes. Oh man.
Everyone would have been like, that's the stupidest, ridiculous theory I've ever heard.
Yeah.
And it
Yeah.
would be totally right.
It'd be totally, completely right.
Because it's,
Hey, this is the guy who's going to help them get back to the future
oh God.
after they time travel. And Locke is, yeah, I mean, it's just, yeah, it's crazy, and it hasn't even gotten crazy yet.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just barely the start of
Yeah,
that.
I think that's what's weird about Lost is like if you think about it, everything that happens is crazy, and then like every new thing that happens is even crazier, and then crazier, and then crazier, and then crazier, and then it gets the craziest, and it's over. Like, because the craziest is the Flash sideways and the
Yeah.
afterlife thing. Like that's the craziest part of the storytelling,
Yeah,
and
definitely.
that's just, and then it's over.
Yeah, where do you go from there?
Yeah, you open the door and then you walk through.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, beginning of the end, indeed.
Yeah, I mean that was a jam-packed episode.
So much.
It felt like really fast-paced. Felt like there were so many things happening and plot elements moving around, characters regrouping and
Mm-hmm.
going around, and like the flash forward stuff was giving us all this new information to think about in terms of like where is this heading? Like how are they going to get there? What does it mean? Like we barely find out. Like you said, they talk about Charlie's dead. They cut to Charlie. They just split up into groups, and then Hurley's
Hmm.
like, "Sorry, I went with Locke," you know.
Yeah, they immediately tell you it's a mistake that leads to dire consequences
Yeah,
right after the first scene. I mean, there's no waiting time. There's no filler in between those two big ideas.
yeah.
They just like slam them together.
Yeah, in a
And
normal story, I feel like we would have that, and then, a season later, sorry, I went with Locke.
yeah, like you have them split up, and then maybe a couple episodes later, or yeah, the end of the season is sorry I went with Locke, and then we see what happened, but it's like no, like back to back to back.
Yeah, episode one, I mean, we barely even know
Yeah.
that it's a thing that
So
some
the
people went
whole
with Locke.
time, we're gonna be waiting to see what Hurley's talking
Yeah,
about. That's so
yeah.
important that he brings up and apologizes for years or however many days or months later. It's so yeah. It's just I don't know. There should be a name for this kind of storytelling. It's just
Yeah, I think that's if they're the disadvantage of flash forwards is that like we know certain things can happen, but I
mhm.
think one of the cool things that they can do with flash forwards that they really can't do any other way is like set up
Yeah.
set up certain mysteries where like we couldn't possibly know to even think about this in
We don't
this
even
way.
know. Yeah, they set up a mystery by just going to the future and saying
Yeah.
something about the
And just
past.
alluding to something, yeah, in the
Hmm.
past, exactly. And so then you're forced to think in certain ways that if you just watch the present day story, I wouldn't necessarily think like, well, why is Hurley going to regret this later?
Hmm.
You know?
Well, again, and we should note that for the you know for our kind of collection of ideas about Lost is it goes right along with the other idea of how time plays its role in meaning, right? So the whole idea of the numbers seeming really supernatural and crazy
Yeah.
because when we first see them on the show, that's how they're depicted, and at the end of that little story with the numbers, they're depicted very practically. But if you watch them in chronological order, you would see them being very practical, and then Hurley interpreting them as being supernatural, and you'd realize that that's not necessarily interpretation that's true.
Yeah.
And so this is another version of that, like using time and storytelling to cause the viewer to have a different viewpoint of the information, right?
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Exactly. And I think that shows like, you know, a way they utilize the flash forwards to get something, I guess positive. Like it doesn't hurt the show. It gives them a new thing to play with, you
Mm-hmm.
know. Something that they can't do with flashbacks, for example.
Yeah.
Certainly not in the same way. Because I
Mm-hmm.
mean, they could say in the present, "Oh, I regret blah blah blah," and then we find out in the flashback, but that's not going to play the same way because the flashback is not the story we're following, and so it doesn't have the same weight as
Yeah.
saying, "I regret this thing that's happening in the present," and we're waiting to see what that's going to be instead of we're waiting to find out what happened in that character's past. You
Yeah.
know? I think that's what's, the perspective here is the weird thing. Like, we're still centered in the present. The flash forwards are like the future. They're not the present yet.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes any sense. At a certain point in the show, they become the present. I guess that's the end of the season.
Yeah.
And then, like, retroactively, all these become flashbacks. But, you know, until then, they're sitting in the future, and I guess that's another thing they did with the show. And the Flash Sideways is like an element of that, which is like after they kind of exhausted the flashbacks, like they figured out other ways to flash to things.
Yeah.
you
To
know?
create to create like a way to view the two elements. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's like I think it's pretty clever idea to you know in a way stick to the formula, but in a way, completely change the formula.
Yeah, it's kind of like they're creating story elements just through the editing and the structure.
Exactly.
Like just putting things in a different order makes you now ask questions about things.
Right, which wouldn't necessarily, if they played it the normal way, you wouldn't
Hmm.
have to question it because you already should know why Hurley regrets not going.
Yeah, you would already know that, and it would just be him. It would just be a normal scene of him apologizing for something.
Yeah,
We know what he's apologizing for.
yeah, which would
And
be
then
fine.
it would be played normally. It'd be totally fine. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, I like that. It's like they're really using this device, uh, you know, in a very strong way. Like um, they're not just relying on it's the future. Like they're letting it interact with the present that we're watching.
Yeah.
It's very deliberately chosen that way.
Yeah. This was a really awesome episode.
Yeah,
So much going on.
yeah. It felt like it was 20 minutes.
Yeah, it felt like a season finale or something.
There was
Felt
every
like big.
scene was just like jam, and that
Yeah.
part was hilarious when it was like Naomi's dead. Well, no, technically she's not dead. Oh yes,
Yeah.
she is.
But what about Charlie? Okay, what about what he said? And then but no, Charlie didn't say. And then yeah, it just people keep popping up and saying something, and yeah,
Yeah, and I
Kate
love that. I'm not
Hudson,
going anywhere with that man.
oh, it's
It's
great.
great. It's great
Yeah,
because I remember at the time thinking like, well, come on, Rose. Like, Locke's not that bad. Like,
yeah,
I guess I was more sympathetic, but sort of looking back, I see why she would react that way. It's
yeah.
it's not that crazy.
And I love Locke saying everything I did it for us, and it's like, wow, that's just so pathological.
It's crazy. Does he really believe that? I mean, it seems clearly not true to the viewer, I think. And I
Yeah,
mean, they have Jack say, "Are you insane?" So
yeah.
obviously, like, he's not buying it, and they're putting in this idea that like, maybe that's questionable, which it definitely is. But it's such a grand sweeping statement.
Mhm.
Everything I've ever done,
Every
like
single
what?
thing. Every single
What?
thing.
Like that time I gave Boone the wacky paste, like that was
Yeah.
what? Really? Okay. It's sort of like, I mean, maybe he does see it that way and he's just really delusional. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. But it does seem to me like Locke is, in a way, like Desmond.
Hmm.
He's selfish, ultimately. It's his own issues that are driving him more than, you know, worrying about the other people.
Yeah. And that's what's weird and interesting with Jack because his own issue is worrying about other people.
That's true. Oh, that's interesting.
He's got like a feedback loop going.
Yeah, that is, yeah. Yeah, so being selfish for Jack means being selfless.
Yeah, which is a problem.
Wow, what a mess.
His story arc is to be more selfish, but not in the way that he is being selfish.
Right, right. Wow.
Stop caring about other people, Jack. That's what you need to do. That's weird.
That is
How
weird.
does that work?
But in a way, that's what he has to do. He has to,
Yeah,
like, abandon
stop.
him and go pursue a mission by himself.
Yeah, stop trying. Exactly, and that's what he does. Like, stop trying to
Yeah,
fix everybody else, and then you will be fixed. Yeah,
yeah, yeah. That's a weird arc.
it's crazy. It's
God,
great.
Jack, you care too much about other people.
Yeah,
You need to dial that back.
yeah. Take a note from Locke.
Exactly.
Jack needs to be more like Locke. Wow,
Yeah. Yeah.
who would have thought?
Yeah, it's crazy.
And that line, everything I've done for you, everything I've done has been for you, or whatever. Like that's something Ben would say.
Yeah, definitely.
He would be like,
But
nah.
when Ben would say it, he would be manipulative and he would know
Yeah,
that he's bullshitting.
yeah,
Whereas
yeah.
it feels like Locke maybe actually believes it.
Mhm.
Which is just this extra level. But I mean he is delusional in a lot of ways. Certainly about himself. So, I mean, I guess I can buy it that maybe he really thinks that, even, and he's just not aware of how his own psychology is working and why he's making decisions.
I think if there's one thing Locke is not aware of, it's his own psychology.
It would have helped him, I think, if he had a little more self-awareness.
He was a psych major.
If he could have like stepped back and kind of analyzed, you know, what was driving him.
Yeah.
Because I think that might have helped. And you know, he was really quick to turn to suicide. He was suicidal like 10 hours ago.
He was really suicidal.
I mean, like, wow, he was just ready to give it all up, and it's like, you know, and now he's on a mission again, you know, because someone told him he had stuff to do, and you know, it's just like he always needs people to tell him to do stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it's but he doesn't seem to see that.
Yeah, no, he can't. He can't see outside of his own experience. Yeah, which is interesting. Yeah, that'd be actually really cool to somebody write a book about the psychology of the characters.
Mm-hmm.
Get a psychoanalysis of all the characters. That'd be really interesting.
As we go through it and we talk about it, it's clear that they thought about it. You know, they're usually pretty thorough in terms of setting up, like, here's the character's background and here's sort of like the things that are driving them.
Yeah, this is their character flaw, and this is how it manifests, and this is what the consequences are of all that stuff. It's very interesting.
Yeah.
They definitely, I mean, you could tell it's just the same. It's very specific things. Well, and it's like in the script for the finale, the series finale, where it, you know, after the big fight and everything with Jack and Man in Black as Locke, you know, when Jack is gonna go die, it says something like, and now Jack realizes that the thing he always wanted or whatever was to feel loved by people or something.
Oh, right.
And now he finally feels that love, and he can die. And I'm like, that's what he wanted the whole time? like he's doing all this stuff. He's trying to always fix things. You know, it's weird because you think, oh, well, his problem is he's always trying to fix things. Okay, great. That, you know, but then there's an actual why to that problem.
Right.
Why is he always trying to fix things?
Yeah.
And it's because, you know, I guess he saw his parents' marriage, you know, break.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the thing he wanted to fix, and because of that and his parents, like, he never felt love, and then that, you know, then that becomes the thing he's always trying to get.
Yeah.
This like external love, and he's always working hard to try to get it and do things for people and please people and fix things to get it. And it's like, that's so that's way deeper than an action mystery character needs to be. Like, to know that, you know, like, it's so much deeper than what I would expect, you know. So I find that really interesting that you can kind of you can watch everything and like sum it up that way and like actually see that play out.
And that's one of the reasons why I've wanted to track down some of the scripts, especially from the later part of the show, because sometimes they have those lines that give you a little extra insight into what they're thinking about the characters. That, I mean, I think we could come up with that based on the show, but it's not 100% spelled out.
Yeah.
You know? And so when they say it, it's confirmation that, yes, this is what they were trying to convey.
Mm-hmm.
You know? And that's one of the interesting things about the scripts, because they say stuff that, you know, in a way is just hard to portray on screen directly. You know, you sort of get the idea of his satisfaction. He looks up at the plane and, you know, he's there in the church with all the people. You get the idea that he, you know, feels like, you know, some sense of belonging with those people, that, you know, he cared about them, they cared about him, and so on.
Mm-hmm.
but it isn't 100% clear that that was so central for him.
Yeah.
At least not to me. When I was watching it originally.
Yeah, exactly. But if you go back and you go, okay, well then, that you can see that tying into the relationship with his dad,
Yeah, definitely.
where he is follows in his dad's footsteps and becomes one of the best surgeons, ever.
Yep.
And yet he still can't quite get dad's approval,
Yeah. Yeah.
uh, to hear that he's good enough, he has what it takes, and
Right.
all that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, it goes back to what they said, the show's about the characters. But, meanwhile, we're still trying to figure out, uh, who was in the cabin.
Well, that's
And,
I was gonna bring that up, like on a more like plot related note. Just it's one of these things that happens in the show a lot. Just characters sharing information. Like Hurley doesn't mention. By the way, I just saw a cabin that was moving around with a person
hmm
in it.
Yeah,
Uh, you know, FYI.
yeah. Well, shortly after that happened, he heard his best friend died. So
That's
they
true.
they get away with like burying these things, but
It's
like, and then
true.
what is he gonna say? Like he already has a history of being crazy. It's
Yeah.
hard, and then what are they? It's like that, like it happens in stories where characters go through something crazy, but there's no real easy way to describe what happened and what it means. So it's kind of like they never say it,
Right.
or they wait a while before they explain it. Because what's he gonna say? And then what are they gonna say to that? Like,
Right.
Hurley, we don't understand. You saw a cabin and you walked up and you saw a man and an eye, and then you ran, and then you saw a cabin. Like, what are we supposed to do with that information, Hurley?
Right. Right. It's like there's a cabin somewhere and there's a guy in it
Yeah.
and the cabin moves around. Yeah, no, I mean I agree. What are you supposed to do with that? But it's always, frustrating to me. Like I want the other characters to know and I want it to be discussed or something. Like what does it mean? What is this thing,
hmm
And they just don't really discuss it. And I guess there's a logic to it, but, I'm always missing that. I guess in a way it vaguely comes up later because Hurley is there for the real trip to the cabin. So I think at some point there's acknowledgement that he saw it.
Yeah. I
Um,
mean, it really. I mean, so we can talk about that scene. Why is the cabin slash its inhabitants uh trying to make contact with Hurley?
yeah, it's a weird one. I don't know what to make of that. Um, and I guess Hurley probably thinks that he's just crazy, like he's just seeing something that's not there.
Mm-hmm.
And so I mean maybe in his mind like admitting that he saw that is just going to make people think he's crazy and so maybe he just shouldn't say anything you know
Yeah.
but he I guess he doesn't know that he's there with Locke who has already been in the cabin and saw crazy stuff happen in it, so he would be probably one of the main people he could tell and would be like, oh, I believe you.
Yeah.
But he doesn't know that. So I guess he doesn't say anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, as they say, if you see something, say something. That's where that came from.
I remember thinking that there's a connection between the cabin appearing to Hurley and the apparitions of Charlie that he's seeing off the island.
Mm-hmm.
Um, uh, I remember also thinking there was a connection to Abaddon, though I think that becomes a little clearer later. Although I still think there's a thing with Abaddon that never came to fruition. Um, we'll talk about that later as we see him a couple more times.
Yeah.
I always felt like something happened with that actor. They couldn't get him quite as much as they wanted, and they underwrote his role and they kind of killed him off early.
Yeah.
Because they sort of allude to stuff with him that I don't know, never quite. I mean,
Oh man. I just remember we're gonna get into one of the big probably top 10 Lost Lowdown disagreements about Abaddon and with Locke in the wheelchair
Mm-hmm. Oh,
and
yes.
that whole thing.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
I
I
forgot about
remember
that.
that. I
Yeah,
remember that when he's in the hospital.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah,
Uh,
that's a weird one. I still don't know what to do with that.
mhm.
That's the scene that throws me, because like this scene, I think with Hurley, I get in terms of what he is later, but the
Yeah,
scene with Locke, I I don't understand.
yeah. He's like telling him to go back to the island, right?
No, he's telling him to go on a walkabout.
Oh, that's right. Go on a walkabout.
It's before the crash.
Oh, that's right. Oh,
It's
that's
when
right.
it's when Locke is first in the hospital, I think.
Oh, okay. So it really makes no sense.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it never added up for me, and I just it's weird. It's weird. It's juxtaposed with that other stuff, Richard coming and giving him the test, you know, with the objects and all that stuff. Um,
Yeah, so maybe he was supposed to be revealed to be like an other.
there would be a logic to that, since he's working with Widmore.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So he was one of the guys who came with Widmore when Widmore left the island
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah,
And
did Albert tell him? Like, I wonder how he would even know to go to Locke and even to tell him to go on a walkabout. Like,
I wonder how the timeline would work, but I can almost see a really interesting story where that's the divide, right? Like both, Richard. Yeah, I don't know. I don't. Yeah, at whatever point in time Locke goes to the 50s, like maybe sometime after that, Widmore ends up knowing that Locke is supposed to show up on the island at some point, and then when he leaves the island, like Locke, Locke is maybe waiting for him too. Like
oh,
he's thinking, okay, well Locke will be my way. I gotta make sure I'll keep an eye on this John Locke character because I do want to find the island again. And if he is going to at some point go to the island, I want to be there so I can help, either use him for control or at least follow his footsteps to see how to get back to the island.
right.
You know, Meanwhile, Richard is also, he stays on the island, but he is also interested in Locke and that whole idea. So he goes and visits him over time too.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
forgot that Widmore is actually there when Locke comes in the 50s.
Hmm.
So he
Yeah.
did see him. Um,
Yeah. And maybe it was even a reveal that Richard was also working for Widmore, like off the island,
oh,
like during all that stuff, like maybe as he's going off island to do all the
like he
others work.
continued to support Widmore secretly behind
Yeah,
Ben's back or something.
yeah,
Yeah.
that'd be interesting.
Yeah, that would be interesting. I remember reading some Richard conspiracy theories that
Yeah.
like he was doing all this stuff behind the scenes that never came to light. But actually, I could see that. I could even see that being consistent with the fact that we've already seen him go behind Ben's back and,
Yeah,
giving Locke the information about his dad, so he could get Sawyer to kill him and then, satisfy Ben and so on.
yeah,
Yeah, maybe it's a different Richard. It's a Richard who isn't Jacob's emissary. Because I think that element of his character seems a little off
mhm,
uh, with a lot of the stuff he does later. But if he's not Jacob's emissary, um, then I think it makes a little more sense to me. That he's like helping Locke go to the cabin and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yeah, that whole thing's tough because I mean they have to have some explanation of why he's lived so long.
True. True.
Uh, but yeah, I mean I could see Richard never trusting Ben after the purge, like you know, because Richard never seemed that heartless, even
Right.
though he was around for all that stuff. But
Yeah.
so yeah, I don't know. It'd be interesting to see if they had any ideas like that. But
Yeah, if we ever get
so
that interview.
oh man, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. We have to finish. I don't know. I feel like we have to finish this commentary series, and then like
Yeah.
we'll finally have enough to say to Carlton and Damon. We'll have done our homework.
Definitely. Definitely.
That would be funny because I mean, honestly, at that point, they would be, if we ever got an interview with them, they would literally be talking to two people who've like, discussed Lost in depth more than most people.
Definitely. Yeah, yeah. And enough time maybe will have passed for them that they'll maybe feel ready to
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
talk about it, you know? Because I think
Well, yeah,
definitely initially there was kind of a wound from the fan reaction and stuff.
yeah,
Um, Certainly Damon Lindelof especially took a lot of heat that he continues to take
yeah.
to this day. Everything he does, it's like
It's always compared to this.
always shit. And even other
Meanwhile,
shows, like if other
yeah,
shows do something good or bad, they're
yeah,
you know they're
yeah,
either like way better than Lost, or at least they're not as bad as Lost.
yeah, yeah. It became a metaphor. Like that whole idea became a way to communicate something else, and it sticks.
Yeah,
Um,
totally.
yeah, that's
But
great.
yeah, I mean, I think a lot of stuff we're talking about, I think they're questions that if anyone's ever asked them, it hasn't happened very many times.
Mm-hmm.
All the interviews I've seen with them, I feel like they don't get very interesting questions, and I feel like the stuff we're delving into is probably stuff that they talked about at least somewhat,
Yeah.
in the writers' room. I feel like that's a lot of the stuff they're interested in.
Mm-hmm.
The concept of the show and like what's really behind uh, all the things that are happening with the characters and with the show as a whole.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. It'd be very interesting. I think they're gonna reboot the series at some point. ABC that is, and
Yeah, probably.
Disney ABC. So I think by whenever that starts happening, then they'll be back doing interviews. I'm sure being pestered about. So what do you think about the new
Mm-hmm.
laws? And they'll be like,
Yeah.
well, we don't have anything to do with it. Oh, so what do you think they're gonna do about the? Well, you know what the first question is gonna be, and I already hate myself for knowing this.
What's that?
The first question is gonna be, will there be polar bears?
Oh God, you're so right. You're so right. People are
Some
so
morning
fixated on the polar
some
bears.
morning news anchor is going to ask
Yeah,
them,
you're so
so will
right.
there be polar bears in
Polar
the new
bears.
laws?
God.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, I feel like, it's one of those things that when something gets filtered into pop culture, it can gradually like lose its connection to the original thing.
Yeah.
There's a lot of old lines that are like the pop culture version is a little off from what was in the original. I sort of feel like in 100 years, like Lost is gonna be that show with polar bears.
Yeah,
You
Luke, I
know?
am your father. Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly. Play
Yeah,
it again,
Lost will
Sam.
be
Like
Lost.
there's
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Lost will be like the oh Lost. Oh yeah, that show where the polar bears were dead the whole
the
time.
polar
Yeah.
bears were dead the whole time. Oh, right. They were dead the whole time. That's the other thing everyone always says.
Yeah.
And that's worse in a way because it's just wrong. I mean, at least there were polar bears.
Yeah. Yeah.
They just weren't
That's
quite
true.
as important. I mean, I guess it's a striking image, and so it was memorable. It's like a polar bear on a tropical island. Wow. I mean, I thought it was cool when I first saw it too, but it's just like get.
Yeah, I don't know if I went wow. I don't
I
know if
did.
I don't know if I
That
was
was
like
exactly the sound I made.
really. It seemed very specific. I'm sure you recorded it and played it back.
Yeah, 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 yeah. I
Yeah, no, I do remember that was really crazy, and they did include it in this
They
season
did.
cap thing.
Even though it's like way past the point of mattering at this point.
Yeah.
If it mattered at all later, it mattered in season 3 when they told us every other thing they were going to tell us about the polar bears. They gave us
Mhm.
polar bear cages and the puzzles, and like they showed us the station where they kept the animals. Like what else are they going to tell us about polar bears? Dharma brought them there. Like, get over it.
Yeah.
It's like it's not that crazy. I mean, it's crazy if they're just strangely like polar bears native to this tropical environment,
Yeah.
or Walt conjured them, or or they come from the power of the island or something. I mean,
Yeah.
like if it's if people just brought them there, it's like, well, why is that crazy?
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's not right, and it all goes back to meaning and context and like the order you see things in, right? And yeah, if the first scene of Lost is Dharma opening a cage
Yeah.
that says from San Diego Zoo to Island,
Yep.
and then polar bears come out, the polar bears are no longer ever a thing,
Yeah.
but because we
Yeah.
don't see that origin spark, and that's what's weird about the show is it's really keeps it lives off of that whole idea that really is what makes life what it is, right? It's that little piece that you never get about something.
Yeah.
And it just completely changes how you see things.
And I guess to be fair, like many things on the show, they don't really underline the polar bear resolution. You know what I
hmm
mean? They
Yeah,
kind of just slip it in there, and if you want, you can easily see what the answer is, but there's not like a big
yeah,
exclamation mark. Here's your polar bear answer. And so I feel like there's a combination of things. Like it's the pilot was the highest rated episode of the whole series.
yeah,
So it made a huge cultural impact, and that's where you see the polar bear for the first time.
yeah,
And so the viewership declined, but also, for more casual fans, if they're not like watching closely or watching every episode or thinking about it a lot, the answer can kind of go by you, and you can think at some
yeah,
point, did they ever explain the polar bear?
yeah,
I've heard people say that many times, and it's like even if they saw it, they didn't
yeah.
quite make the leap. That like,
hmm
oh, that was an explanation.
And that you're right. That's the thing you have to train your brain to think when you're watching movies and TV is to understand the cinematic language and how writers write and go, oh, okay, I'm not just seeing this because I'm seeing this. I'm seeing this specifically because the writers are telling us something. The same way when we decoded the idea of when they burn stuff on the show. Like
Right,
when
right.
something burns down, you're not just seeing it because a character decided to light it on fire. They decide to light it on fire because the show wants us to know, okay, we're done with this place. We're done with this set.
Yeah,
Like when they blow up the Black Rock, it's not like, okay, we're gonna see another scene where they're at the wreckage of the
right.
Black Rock.
Yeah,
Like we're done with this.
yeah,
So yeah, it's that idea of recognizing, oh, okay, there was a question about the polar bears, then later we see polar bear cages. Oh, okay, they were just polar bears. This is part of why that we're showing you this
yeah.
is to answer this question. Yeah.
Exactly. That made me just realize, maybe we already talked about this, but the Looking Glass station being flooded is
Yeah.
that version of that being blown
Yep.
up. Like that should have told us we weren't going back there.
Exactly. Yeah.
Even though I
Even
remember
though,
thinking
yeah,
like
it's
maybe we'll
totally
go back there.
possible. Yeah, even though it's totally possible to put on a scuba gear and go underwater
Yeah,
to that thing, it's
yeah,
not a thing that's going to happen because that's their way of telling us and
yeah.
stuff.
It's a clue that like that we're done with this place. It's irreparably damaged.
Yeah,
And it
whatever we
goes.
wanted to get out of that place, we got it.
Yeah. Like all the equipment, is flooded. Like
Hmm.
anything you want down there that would be of interest is gone.
Yeah,
So, you could look at the empty shell of a building, but, you know,
And
Nobody's gonna do that.
yeah, and a lot of times, I don't know, maybe I'm not thinking about all the times, but a lot of times they would find a place and it would be like a one-time thing,
Hmm.
and then it's gone. Like even the submarine, like when we finally got to the sub, right? Like, Locke goes and blows it up.
Hmm. Yeah. 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 They do that a few times, definitely. I mean, Danielle's little like hideaway where she captures Saeed the first time. I think it's blown up in the same episode, if I remember
Yeah,
right.
yeah,
So they were done with that right away.
yeah.
We're not gonna come back to this little place.
The flame was kind of like that.
Yeah. We see it. We get in there the first time, and then they blow it up.
Yeah, it's done.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, they do like that.
It's a pattern, definitely. They I mean, fair enough, like I get like you know, not wanting to have something lingering that you have no interest in revisiting,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know.
No, it's great because then everything's heightened because you're always blowing things up.
And you get, yeah, the added drama. Explosions and fire are inherently,
Hmm.
dramatic and exciting. So,
Yeah.
and I mean, I remember finding it like really, I don't know what the word is, like exhilarating or scary or weird or something when they burned the cabin. I remember it because the cabin had such a like a mystical aura. I thought
Yeah.
like, oh my God, they burned a cabin. Like, what does it mean? You
Yeah.
know? But in retrospect, it seems so simple.
Hmm.
I mean, it's a cabin.
Just a pile of wood.
Yeah, it's a bunch of wood. It burns, and
Yeah,
they didn't want to go back there.
because what's weird is the cabin. It feels like it's out of a horror movie, like
Yeah,
cabin in the woods, and it feels like it's part of that a horror mythology, and like you can
exactly.
see in a horror movie about a cabin, you could see like a cabin on fire and it being like the spirit of the cabin dying.
Yeah,
That's the only way to kill it is,
yeah.
but then of course it's not really
And
dead.
that's sort of what I thought Alana was doing. She was like there from Jacob, and there's all this like mystery about her and whatever he's doing and stuff. We just find out about all that stuff, and so just I remember it's seeming like much more significant than I think what it really is, which is just like we're not going back to the cabin.
Yeah.
That's it. The end.
Well, yeah, and in a way, just a very practical way to make sure no one could ever use it because
Yeah.
it's destroyed.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, there's a logic to having her do it, but of course, that scene is also the source of a lot of and it's crazy. I'll just bring it up again because it won't be the last time. That I mean, we're talking about how clearly the plan for the cabin morphed over time in some way. But it's amazing that the last scene with the cabin, when you would think they would have the clearest idea
Hmm.
of what they wanted to portray with the cabin, is actually one of the most confusing scenes involving the cabin. Like,
The
actually, if you left that out, then in a way the cabin story would be easier.
and you're talking about the knife with the map, or
Knife at the map. He's not here.
he's not here.
Hasn't been for a long time. Someone else
Yeah,
has been using it. That whole thing.
that's another lost trope. I feel like you should just write all the tropes down, right? So there's the first time you see it, blow it up.
Yeah.
And then there's the trope of like the last time you talk about something, mess it up.
Throw a wrench in the whole thing.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
another example of that is he was the only
The ash.
keeping him out.
Yeah, exactly.
And then he gets killed, and
The
it's like,
only thing. What do you mean? Oh, too bad I'm dead.
yeah, like how do you run in and change everything we thought about this situation? You like they come in and ruin it, and then the ruiner dies,
Yeah. Yeah.
or they
Yeah.
just don't
Just
talk about
like
it. Yeah,
what? What? Yeah. No,
Like
you're right.
since when was that a thing? Like
Yeah.
he was keeping him out since
Yeah.
when?
It's a thing like in the 1 second before he
Yeah,
dies.
yeah, it's great.
It's like, and then we're just left with that. That's a good point. I guess the final scene with the cabin and the final scene, quote unquote, with the ash are similar. Like
Mhm.
they should have the clearest idea, but they actually make it worse.
Yeah.
So it's like it's very strange. I Another thing I was
Eh,
gonna say that's a lost trope is the first time we see the thing, it's fucked up already.
Yeah.
Like it's already not working the way it's supposed to.
Yep. Yep.
So
That's
like
the
there was a
idea.
time before where it was normal, but we never see that. It's like what? Why is that a thing?
Yeah, it's great.
We can never see like the normal cabin.
Mhm.
Like
Was it like that with the lighthouse too, where he goes to the lighthouse? Wasn't something up with like am I thinking about it wrong? Like the compass or however it worked. Wasn't there something fucked up with that?
um
He used it? Can't remember.
that's a good question. I don't know. I know it's confusing, like what was supposed to happen there. I remember there was a lot of theories because he tells him to dial it to 108, and 108 was the infamous Wallace, and that whole thing never came to fruition. Although the lighthouse is definitely an example of number two or whatever. We see it for the first time and then they destroy it
Yeah, yeah.
like immediately. I'm just gonna smash this thing. I don't
Oh,
even know what Jacob wanted there. I think the lighthouse was working. I don't know though. It's weird. I mean, we see it sees his childhood home or something. I guess that's what it did before. It's really weird. Like it sees his childhood home and then he concludes Jacob was watching me, and it's like, well, what he was watching you just when you were a kid. Like he was just watching in front of your house. Like I don't. It's weird.
like okay, if he was watching, how much could he see if it's just that image?
Yeah, yeah, like he saw when you were playing in the yard. Like it seemed like a huge leap, like he was concluding that it had more power than it apparently did.
Yeah, I think that might have been a tricky thing to kind of show. Like, what do you show as a static image that would make Jack think that,
Right.
uh, yeah, it's a weird. I don't know what you would show, but yeah, it is. He does kind of make it seem like, well, he could really kind of view any place on Earth or something with that
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah. It's like it's connected with the person on the dial, but yeah,
And
like
what I think at the time, uh, what I thought was that the lighthouse was the transportation device. Like he would turn it to a certain location on Earth, and then he could use that to transport there off the island. I remember thinking that.
oh. Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, that is one thing they never told us, like how he goes places,
Hmm.
you know? I mean, I guess they could tell us like a really mundane thing, like he's got a boat or something,
Yeah,
and then he just takes normal stuff like planes and stuff. But yeah, is it something like that? It doesn't seem
yeah,
out of the
because when he
question.
when he's going around the world touching people and all that stuff, I mean, like, he can't be flying coach, like he just like with no leg room, and he
That's
waits,
hilarious.
an hour into the flight before he can get like a cup of water
This seems
and like
personal.
a cup of water and one single package of a coffee cookie, which is apparently Europe's best cookie, uh,
Oh, is it
best coffee cookie.
the like cinnamony
Yeah, that
yeah,
that
yeah,
little
yeah.
thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a big
Oh,
deal.
isn't it great?
Oh, there. Yeah.
Look what you get. The future is now, sir. You get one whole package. Uh, don't drink your water too fast. And no, we won't have time for refills by the end of this flight. Yeah, I just think flying is horrible. It's just I don't want to make a whole podcast about it, but yeah, it's really crazy. It's crazy what you put up with. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway,
I don't like it either, but what I was gonna say, in terms of a clue
uh-huh.
that is from the show, in terms of
A
that, is
misclue?
the yeah, like a miss Klugh, please.
Yeah, a Miss Klug.
Yeah, it's such a ridiculous. Anyway, uh, the donkey wheel and being transported to Tunisia. I think that's at least a hint that
Yeah, yeah,
the island could have that power.
yeah. I think that's what it is. I think I'm like it's weird. I'm having a weird the constant kind of mental flashback of like remembering what I remembered back then, but
Oh, really?
of just like yeah, just like I feel like I'm remembering my interpretation of what the lighthouse
The
was
lighthouse?
when
I
it.
don't actually
Uh,
remember what your interpretation of the lighthouse was.
well, I feel like
I
it was
forgot.
this, Justin.
Well, you're probably right, but I
I feel like
I
this
don't
is.
specifically remember that. That's all I'm
I
saying.
feel like I'm gonna tell you right now.
Well, good.
I feel like it was that the light was it's all about the magnetic energy on the island, and so there's a pocket of magnetic energy under the lighthouse, and the lighthouse itself is a machine which like refocuses that energy and just like the pocket that is the donkey wheel which connects to Tunisia, this thing works in a similar way of using light to like transfer like Jacob or somebody,
Hmm.
to a specific location.
Yeah.
Like a more sophisticated version of the donkey wheel. Like,
Right.
it's not just this one location and it's like this sophisticated machine where it's the donkey wheel 2.0.
How hypocritical though that the man in black built the donkey wheel,
Mhm.
and that was why Mother came and killed his whole camp,
Yeah, but
and
you know what? Mother didn't say Jacob couldn't leave.
oh God. Didn't she though? But yeah, he didn't ask to. So it's almost like
She didn't say it
because he didn't
because he
want to
wasn't the
leave.
bad one. Yeah, he didn't want to, so she didn't tell him not to, so he
Oh
was able
God.
to. Isn't
So it
that
wasn't against the rules?
wasn't against the rules?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's so annoying, man. If I were Man in Black, I'd be so pissed about that.
You know what's weird? Now that I'm thinking about it, what if I guess Jacob wasn't lying, but I was just thinking, he said, he was telling Roberto, sorry, Richard. Uh,
Robert.
my mind wanted to say Roberto. Um, what you tell Ricardo,
He was
uh,
Ricardo and
Ricardo,
Ricardus at
yeah,
least
oh
once.
God, uh,
Because
John Luke Ricardus,
Jacob's Latin,
because he's Latin, yeah,
can't help it.
he he's Italian, I
Maybe
guess.
Latin's not the right word. Roman
He's Roman,
is the
so
word I'm
Jacob is
looking for.
Italian.
There you go.
And that's why that makes so much sense. That's why he has mother issues.
Wow.
Italian. Mamma mia.
Hey, why you do this to
Hey,
me?
Mama, let my brother go off the island. He's not a bad boy. He's just a little curious about the outside world. Yeah, now I want to see Lost, the Italian play, and it's just, and they're always drinking vino.
True. True.
Oh man, I think we're just proving that. Yeah, they're Italians.
I never really thought about it that way, but yeah, it's technically true.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's just weird to me to think of them with nationalities.
It is. It is. I mean, it does seem like they abandoned those, but I think there was always the question. Like I think they showed when their mother, the real one, the one who was Roman, like washes up
Yeah,
and the fake mother goes to speak to her. She speaks in Latin, you know.
yeah.
But then when the babies are born, I mean, presumably they have no language at that point. So then when they're raised, does she just speak Latin to them because that's the language of their mother? Or
Hmm.
did she speak some other language that was one she knew? Like, what did they grow up speaking? Like,
I think they grew up speaking English.
well, but that's not possible. I mean, they were born before the English language existed.
But what if Mother went to the future and learned
Oh,
English and came
no.
back to the
Not
past?
the time. She went to the future just to get English? That's a waste of time.
Hey, maybe she went for something else.
Okay.
She went for Netflix.
Okay, well, never mind. In that case, that's totally
But she picked up English for for the Netflix.
for the Netflix. That's logical. It's logical.
Wow, I wrapped it up somehow. Uh,
Wow.
yeah, I love Man in Black and Jacob just being Italians drinking wine, and I could see a Goodfellas parody coming, or The Godfather, I'm gonna make you an offer you can't refuse.
I can't let you leave, brother. You're the Vino Diabolo.
You're the devil wine. I'll buy that. I'll buy that's what they would call the smoke monster, the devil wine.
Yeah, one.
Yeah.
He basically said that's what he was.
Yeah, that's what he said.
He didn't exactly say those words, but it was close.
Wait, and where does wine come from?
Grapes.
Grapes, right? Grapes of wrath. That's how the smoke monster was made. Grapes
Okay.
is angry.
Yes.
Doesn't make any sense. I'm trying to get okay, yeah, and what do grapes need to grow? They need light.
Light.
Light
Water.
cave, water, and the
Water.
light cave.
From the light cave.
There you go. There you go. That's something.
Where did he get that wine, by the way? That never bothered me. I just got upset. Did he have a fucking vineyard? Did he stock grapes and shit? Where did he get wine? Did he just steal it from the ship? Like,
let me see the
where
bottom
did he
of your
get that
feet.
wine?
Are your feet purple at the bottom? Are you stopping grapes?
If he's gonna have like metaphor wine, I mean,
Yeah.
where did he get that shit from?
Who blew the glass for the bottle?
That's weird. Maybe he just stole it from the ship. That's the best explanation I got. Or someone else he brought there. That's the only thing. I mean, because there's no way he had a Jacob's Vineyard and he was like,
Yeah, Jacob's
stopping-
Vineyard.
He was.
What are you gonna do for 2,000 years? He was doing tapestries,
He was doing tapestries. Maybe he had
and
a
he was
fucking
a
vineyard.
winemaker.
And he
Jacob's Vineyard.
stopped on grapes and put it in barrels and let it sit. And
That's why he wanted Richard to go out and do marketing for him and get more customers. The others were just a part of the Jacob Wine Club. Yeah,
Wow.
that's
my
they were
God.
reading, they were having their book club meetings and having a
that
nice
totally
Jacob
works.
Merlot. And Juliet was upset because she realized those muffins she made did not go with Merlot.
They didn't pair well.
They didn't pair well.
Oh,
Exactly.
that's a mistake.
Hey, bad twin,
Oh,
bad pairing. Gary Troop. Telling you, man.
wow.
What were dead all along? The grapes were dead all along. Because they're wine now.
Wow, I really never realized how central wine was to the whole story.
Wow. I think we just solved Lost. Yeah. Yeah.
Wow, that's so ridiculous. I can't. It always blows me away when like a new thing bothers me, and I'm like, why did that never bother me before?
Yeah. Usually it's my fault. Usually I say something and then you're
Yeah, I
like,
mean, it kind of was in this case because you got me thinking about the wine.
mm-hmm.
You were like, yeah, they have wine, and it's like they have wine. Why would they have wine? What are you doing with wine, you people?
I agree. It never bothered me before that he added that he made an entire show of the wine
It was
bottle.
a long
It was the
explanation of what the
whole
wine means, and
yeah.
even at the end, the man in black takes the wine and shatters the bottle, and the wine spills, and it's all very, very symbolic.
Yeah, it means a lot and it's still after all this time never thought about the wine.
Yeah, but I was never bothered with like, what? Where did that come from? Why are you walking around with a bottle of wine?
Why are you drinking and eating? When is this?
Yeah,
Aren't you are you immortal? Do you still eat? Like
yeah. Well, I guess he does eat because I think when we first see him, he comes out and he's like cooking a fish on a rock or something, and he even offers some.
yeah, yeah, that's right.
So I think they still eat, and he was even supposed to have like Alana was supposed to be his daughter, like he was having kids
Yeah.
and shit, like
I
that.
was thinking about that earlier when we were talking about her blowing up the cabin, but just how she blowed up and like
Yeah.
there was no like Jacob's, no scene of him even asking like, have you guys seen Alana?
Yeah.
I sent her here for a reason and I'd like to say goodbye, but
Yeah. Yeah, she wasn't even brought up. And they were just like, oh well, I guess the island was done with her.
mm-hmm.
Whatever that means. Yeah, they were just done with Alana. I don't know. It's kind of strange. I mean, I guess they felt like she wasn't a central character and she
Well,
knew too much, and they didn't want to have her hanging around for all the stuff that happens at the very end.
yeah, and I guess that's the thing, right? Like we've been talking about, when they're done with something, they blow it up.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it was sort of like just at the moment when I think she was on the let's go blow up the plane uh,
Mm-hmm.
team. Right? She was like putting dynamite in her
Yeah.
bag or something. Like, all right, I'm gonna go blow up that plane. Like, okay, that never seems like a good plan to me. But whatever.
Blow up the yeah. It was like it was weird. It was like we had to blow up the plane because what? It was like I forgot why now.
Because the man in black's gonna fly off the island with the plane.
Oh,
That was the idea, which is already also insane. Like
yeah. The
he's
smoke
gonna
monster's got to pilot
pilot
the
it
plane.
himself. Like he's got.
Like yeah. Why do they think he can fly a plane?
I mean, let alone like the plane's seriously damaged from crashing there.
Yeah.
So like, I mean, when they do actually fly it, they have to repair it first. They have, a pilot there to tell them stuff to do.
Mm-hmm.
But like, if he has to go there by himself, on the other hand, he did rig a pretty interesting bomb device, seemingly without any help. So maybe he did secretly have pilot skills. I think we talked about this at some point. I remember I had this theory that
Yeah.
when he scans people, he can like take their skill set or something.
Yeah, it is weird to have a guy who has been whittling like 10 episodes before, and then the next scene he's like making a bomb.
It is weird. It is weird. I wonder if they just couldn't think of another way to write that part of the story because it
Mhm.
it does seem kind of like it clashes with what his character is supposed to be.
Yeah, he
You
should
know?
look at it. I feel like he should look at it playing and go, "What's that?"
Yeah.
I mean, like he's seen them maybe over the years, but it's still like, yeah, there is this idea that I guess he scans people and gets everything, so he's more aware of everything.
But
Because
then it
he was gonna sail that boat away in the finale, so
Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah, I feel like him making I mean, that's like him being a Bond villain or something. Like it's really, It's
Yeah.
really like strangely diabolical. And I also feel like the scanning thing, if he can scan people and take their skill set, that's like a superpower that he didn't really fully utilize.
Yeah.
You know, like they didn't make a point of that if that really was supposed to be a thing. You know, like he could have seen like wounded people and like called out how to fix them or something from scanning Jack. You know, like they could have like underlined that if that was really supposed to be a thing.
Yeah, I feel like that's really crazy. I feel like it's probably just somehow he made a bomb and that's it. I'll give him one crazy thing, not a because I mean, he should have been a different character if he can really do all that.
Yeah, I think that's the most elaborate gadget he puts together. I think most of the other stuff he does is you know, more sort of supernatural.
Mm-hmm.
There's of course the famous one-time telekinesis trick.
Just one time. Just one
Gotta
time.
love that. I could do that, by the way.
Yeah, this whole time. This whole time, guys. This whole time.
Oh man, gotta love when they do that. I guess that it goes along with the like uh we see it the first time and it's already fucked up, and the last thing we hear about it is like totally messes it up. It's like
Yeah.
we show you this thing one time that's with no context and never
Mhm.
speak of it again.
Yep.
Just leave that for you to deal with. Because it wasn't even necessary, you know?
No.
I mean, I don't know. Did they think it was too, like, it looked stupid or something to have him, like, walk up and, break the thing loose or, like, pick the lock or, like, they.
Well, okay. So let's play. Um let's do what we were talking about before, where like the idea that part of their storytelling is showing you something that's supposed to tell you how it connects to something else, right? Okay, so if they're showing us a scene where Locke uses telekinesis and we haven't seen it before, how could that be an answer to another question we haven't asked yet? So is there a scene where like something crazy happens and the answer could be, oh, because Locke has telekinesis, Man in Black has telekinesis.
Right. Actually, I think maybe we talked about this before. That's like maybe that explains all the. I mean, there was certainly last season there was all that stuff flying around in the cabin.
Yeah.
That seems like telekinesis. Not to mention the cabin moving around.
Cabin moving around. I think we did talk about this, like even how Smokey like blows up the trees and stuff.
Right. Yeah. 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 I mean, I think you could see that as somehow an answer about how that stuff was possible, which is pretty oblique in that case. Like undoing the handcuff to those things is a pretty big leap, but I see the logic.
Actually, what's really interesting, which is, I swear, this commentary series is just the gift that keeps on giving. Like, I don't understand how we keep thinking about things that are like really specifically big things, but like, okay, telekinesis.
Yeah.
You know what? One thing it really answers?
What?
How Smokey flies.
Oh, I didn't really think about that.
Like perhaps, this idea that, Smokey is consciousness or whatever the particles are, it's protected in this barrier that's created with telekinesis and moves and is shaped by the mind, the mind of Smokey. Like it's mind that's making it move and shape and transform.
Well, I guess in a way you could also see his forming himself into, the shape of dead people.
Yeah.
As
that's what I'm saying. Like that's exactly. It's kind of like Odo.
Like Odo, exactly. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, where Odo's willpower is what he uses to morph
into shapes.
biochemically into different forms. So
Yeah,
basically, he's Odo.
he's Odo. He's Odo.
Well, and there's another clue to he's Odo. Odo is 3 letters. MIB is 3 letters.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, I guess he's like Odo, except instead of being a liquid form, he's like a smoke
Yeah,
cloud
the
form.
gas form.
Gas form.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. That's weird.
How did it just
Yet another
solve
Deep
Men
Space
in
Nine
Black?
connection.
Yet another Deep Space Nine. Are they? Wow. That should be a chapter in the book is Deep Space Nine connections.
Yeah, yeah. There's a surprising number of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's weird. But yeah, you're right. I guess I took for granted that the smoke monster flies. It's just
Mhm.
sort of like that's what a smoke monster is, a cloud of
Yeah.
smoke that flies. Like
Yeah.
it's not a thing that needs explanation,
Yeah.
you know? But that does make sense. I mean, he has to move somehow, right?
Mhm.
I mean, he's not moving by, the normal way with people using like limbs and like balance and
Yeah. There's no
gravity and stuff.
locomotion and all that
You
stuff.
know, or using the air and wings and stuff, Um, it seems like he can just float wherever he wants,
Yeah.
and that does look like telekinesis.
Yeah. That's really crazy.
That is really crazy.
It
Wow,
took a.
why was that not a thing before?
We spent all that time wondering about why did they show us this telekinesis in this one moment, in this one little scene, in this one little act, and it took reframing the idea of the scene of going, okay, well maybe this is
Yeah,
an answer to something. What could that be an answer to?
yeah,
So I really think that every time we encounter something that doesn't make sense, look at it as an
mhm,
answer to a question we're not thinking about.
yeah, yeah. We're gonna have to get back to that Ash thing. I need that Ash thing to be an answer to something.
Yeah.
I have not cracked that one yet. But that would be good if that can work somehow. I know we've discussed that a lot, but I've never been quite satisfied. Um, Whereas like the telekinesis has some logic that I can kind of accept
Mm-hmm.
because how else is he moving?
Yeah, well, that was weird. It just all of a sudden it just totally. I'm like, what could he be using telekinesis for? And it's like,
Yeah.
oh, himself.
There's like the really complicated, crazy things, but then there's just that simple thing of how he
Mm-hmm.
moves around
Yeah.
and manipulates objects and the smoke form.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's really. It seems pretty straightforward that like what else could it be?
Yeah.
It's not nanobots.
This is not a cloud of nanobots, as much as I wanted that to be true.
It's
Nanobots.
clearly like a consciousness making things move, and that's
Mm-hmm.
usually what they call telekinesis.
That's usually the word.
So
Yeah, and that's weird. Like, how do you talk about a show for 10 years and finally get to maybe that's telekinesis? And I never heard anybody talk about that. Like, explaining how, like, that's a question no one ever asks is, well, maybe, I don't know. Let me Google that. How does Smokey fly?
I definitely never heard people talking about it, but maybe someone said that at some point.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
There's a lot of irrelevant things that come up.
Uh-huh. Let's see. 50 questions Lost really does need to answer.
Oh God, I think I've seen that one. Is it
Yeah.
is it what's the website called? Yeah,
Gizmodo.
Gizmodo. There you go. Yeah. I hope not, but I think the polar bear might be in there.
Might be what?
One of the questions.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. I can't
And
find
that
anything.
that goes back to the Ash. I mean, it all goes back to the Ash.
Oh God.
Again, like,
How does it connect to the Ash?
we talked about are you sitting down? No.
I'm ready.
Uh well, we talked about the Ash maybe having electromagnetic properties.
Oh yeah, right.
From the volcano, and the volcano
Yeah.
being maybe near one of the electromagnetic pockets and all
Right,
that stuff. Anyway, or but it could be that idea, like the electromagnetism blocks his telekinesis powers,
Oh God.
and so that's why he can't cross it, is because he
Wow.
can't use his telekinesis to push himself into it.
Wow.
So I don't know. That makes sense to me.
Yeah. It makes sense to me. Yeah, I'll buy that.
Yeah. Let's
I
see.
still don't know what to do with Dogen though. That one's a killer.
What's the killer?
Like, he was the only thing keeping him out. Like, why did Dogen's death cause the electromagnetism to go
All
away?
right, I'm gonna move to solve things. Let me solve this.
Can you do it?
All right. So set the scene. What happens?
Um, Saeed kills Dogen,
Mm-hmm.
and then Leonard runs in and says, "You just killed the only thing that was keeping him out." And then Saeed kills him and says, "I know." And then Smokey comes in. After they clearly showed earlier in the season, they spread a circle of ash around the temple, and even in that very same episode, at the very beginning, we see the smoke monster as Locke there talking to Claire with this, the right outside the ash circle
Yeah.
on the ground in front of him, clearly indicating that he couldn't cross it, and he was sending Claire in there to deliver a message.
Yeah.
Partially because he couldn't go in himself. And eventually he basically sends Saeed in there to kill Dogen, so that he can get in there. That's the idea. But you would think, assuming this thing's true, which I think it has a strong force of logic that, this ash it comes from the volcano or something. It has some property connected to the island that blocks the ability of the Man in Black to cross it. Why would Dogen's death have anything to do with getting rid of that?
So maybe it's two different things. Maybe it's as I like to call it, the problem of the pronoun. I'm giving it a title. Um, um, so maybe he's saying, maybe the ash is keeping the smoke monster out of that area, but Dogen is keeping the smoke monster out of the temple. And so it's not the ash that was the problem. Like there was two barriers, not just one.
But then, I guess, that's fine. I'll buy that. But it's
But
just
of course, now you need to answer, okay, what was Dogen doing to keep him out of the temple?
that's one thing. That's one thing, and maybe that's the more important thing there. But I
Uh-huh.
also want to see step two, which is what happened with the ash circle.
Well, Claire.
It didn't, like, seriously, one scene with Claire with a broom like could have
With the
simplified
broom.
everything. Because I mean they already showed with the cabin, the circle was broken,
Mm-hmm.
and that's how we got in. We don't know how the circle was broken, but whatever. That's sufficient for him to get in. There was an established thing. But it just seems weird to me that they didn't really acknowledge how the circle was broken. They didn't show that it was broken. And the
Mm-hmm.
only thing they say that's keeping him out is Dogen. He doesn't Lena doesn't acknowledge the other barrier. He says the only thing. The only thing that was keeping him out. He doesn't, you know what I mean? That's the extra thing. It seems like if there are two barriers, that's not the only thing.
Well, but if the smoke monster's already passed the first barrier, then at that point, he's the only thing keeping him out.
Right.
But now I get your point. Yeah, that's a tough one. It's a toughie.
It really is. It's a mess.
I mean, a part of me wants to say he's wrong. He's just wrong. We've talked about that before. Like,
yeah, he could just be wrong. Although he seems to be proved right by what happens after. But I guess that's something that happens sometimes.
Yeah. Like, no, the ash was what was keeping him out. He was just incorrect about what was keeping him out.
And it just so happened that, I mean, he probably would want to kill Dogen anyway, just because he's going to destroy the temple. And
well, and it's weird when Sayid says "I know," though. Also,
yeah,
help.
Yeah, Sayid saying "I know" makes me think that the Man in Black told him that was the case. And again, if the Man in Black said it and then Lennon said it, two people who
okay, here you go. This is the answer. Like, Man Black said it, and then he said it, and there's two people who said it.
I'm just saying, independent confirmation. You know, it's one of those things.
It got said it, yeah.
It feels like it feels like it should be true because they shouldn't both lie about the same thing.
Yeah. Well, what I was gonna say is,
or both be wrong about the same thing, whatever the case may be.
Oh, Jesus, don't quote Lost episode titles to me.
Oh, God, I didn't mean to do that.
Oh, man. I'm forgetting what my point was going to be.
You have a point.
Dogen. I have a point. Dogen. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how does that make sense.
I mean, the jumping off point was that you have these two independent sources seemingly saying the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
And that thing is Dogen's the only thing keeping him out. Now, it is true that it's ambiguous whether they mean out of the temple proper, like the building.
Here we go.
Okay.
Yeah. I was going to say maybe Man in Black was told or thought that he can't get in the temple. That's one of the rules.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why he sent Sayid to kill Dogen. The same way that Man in Black thinks that he needs to send, Ben in to kill Jacob.
Right.
And that he needed Ben or to be in Locke's body. It's unclear to get into Jacob's foothouse.
Right. That's what it is. So
Hey, I didn't write a foothouse.
I can't really argue.
Yeah.
Lost in 815 showed the foothouse.
Yeah.
It's got 4 toes. That's weird.
I love that they wanted us to they know that was a weird thing. Like, it wasn't normal.
It is weird, but that's another good example of like a thing that they highlight but don't really.
Well, and here's the thing that's really even crazy, that at this point in the show, we know where Jacob lives.
Yeah, it's true.
And we just have no clue that that's the place you can actually live inside a foot.
Yeah, that's not something I would have thought at the time. I figured it was just some ruin that they would go look at later.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think it was going to be like, oh yeah, Jacob lives there. So, again, that's another good like crackpot theory that I would not have believed.
Yeah.
Like, Jacob lives there, LOL.
Mm-hmm.
But looking back, it's like, well, yeah.
Yeah, because, like, where is he going to live? In a cave, in a tent, in a cabin? Like, that's real. In the bear, like, there's really not that many places you can, maybe in some station or something, but none of those would make sense for Jacob. So it's like, yeah, he would live in the oldest place that was on the island, not like a newer place.
Right.
Because he would have needed a home a while ago, before all the new places.
Right.
Yeah, so it's like a thing you could almost get to if you were so inclined.
Yeah.
Well, I like the fact that we solved the smoke monster. Um,
Sure.
After all this time, so much like I mean the question of like how he changes into people is a big one.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, I I don't know if we had a clear idea. I think we talked about, the idea that there's like life and death and rebirth or something down
Hmm.
there, and like maybe there's a storehouse of consciousness down there, and his telekinesis combined with all this like consciousness of dead people allows him to manifest in those forms.
Hmm.
But if someone's still alive, like he doesn't have access to their consciousness, and so he can't impersonate them.
Hmm.
Maybe.
Can I take a little aside, put a pin in that, because I just thought something really crazy.
Okay.
Um, um, yeah, what you were just saying made me think of this idea that, what if, this idea of the light cave having the consciousness of the dead, pretty good band name, and yeah, not the best, pretty good. Put it on the list. And and the idea that if you die, you don't actually go to some other place outside of Earth. You go to this stream of, should I dare I say, consciousness? Uh,
Sure.
stream of electromagnetic consciousness that is built into the planet. Maybe connects to the universe, but generally, like, let's just say the planet, this network of energy. And I wonder if, like, the idea is when you die on Earth, your consciousness goes into this place, and that is where the Flash Sideways took place, and that is where they left off from the church from, like, not in some otherworldly
Hmm.
dimension, but literally in this electromagnetic kind of universe that it where the island is one of the places it intersects.
Hmm.
And so that could be why dead people can kind of come back, is they kind of never left. Their consciousness is in that energy stream.
Hmm. Yeah, that's interesting. I see the logic there. Uh, I that was something I always wanted, which was them to like connect the Flash Sideways with the island,
Mm-hmm.
because it always felt like if if just any old whoever whatever gets a Flash Sideways,
Mm-hmm.
then what was so special about the island? It sort of seems like, well, they could have just had, I mean, they could be characters on any show and have this ending,
Yeah.
which is still true in a sense, but I did always want them to be, I mean, maybe it would just be too cheesy or it would be too explicit to say, like, we're all in the heart of the island now, or, like, have
Mm-hmm.
some line where they make it explicit that, yeah, this really is connected to that power source on the island and stuff. But I think there are some clues there, if
Mm-hmm.
that's true. Like, for example, Desmond, uh, he ends up thinking that that's where he's gonna go when he goes down in the cave.
Yeah.
Um, and he ends up being wrong about that, but maybe he is on the right track,
Mm-hmm.
in that sense. Um, and I definitely think also like the the light,
Yeah. The light.
that we see at the end. I mean, that's a trope anyway for the afterlife, but they did
Yeah.
specifically make the light a thing.
Yeah.
in,
The light and the water
on
being
the
the whole
island.
thing.
Yeah, exactly. So, uh, it seems like in the context of the show, it does tie in. So I mean, I think there are some reasons to think that maybe they did intend that, and they just didn't want to
Well,
say it
yeah, and
too clearly.
maybe the idea is when people normally die and they don't have this connection to the island and they just go where um the losties will end up after they walk through the door in the back of the church. But like
Right.
because the losties have this connection to the island and some of them died on the island, like when Christian says this is the place you made together, like they made it together because of that energy on the island. You
Yeah.
know, like that's where they made it or something.
Right.
Um and so they got to find each other in that thing. I don't
Mm-hmm.
know. Yeah, I don't know. That was kind of interesting. This idea of this like repository of consciousness is, and
Yeah,
I did
it's
it right.
hard.
I did it right.
I think you got there at the end with enough of
Yeah, I
those
added some more.
hisses.
This is. Yeah. Anyway, okay. Just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, yeah, that's interesting. I think, uh, yeah, it ties things together a little more. Definitely they're like making it is an element that I don't fully understand.
Mhm.
Um, like that, it seems to me like a very deliberately chosen line. Um, that they must have thought about.
Mhm.
It's not just you know this is a place where you could all connect, or this is a place for people to connect, or what, you made it,
You made it.
you know. um, and that's interesting, you know, because it doesn't seem obvious to me that necessarily, I mean, even if their oh wow, that's a hard one.
Mhm.
uh you got tripped up in the same place. Even if their consciousnesses are all collected in this source on the island, I mean, it doesn't necessarily it doesn't seem necessarily true that they would be able to make anything. Seems like they might just be kind of floating there, or the the power itself would create the flash sideways, not them.
Well, but I mean, if it's if when we're talking about consciousness, then the idea of creating realities is that follows very very soon after that. Um, so I think maybe that's the idea is they made it sort of subconsciously, but because they have this like access to the source, whereas most people who died never are near the source,
Hmm.
so they just get like a regular whatever.
Right, right. Though it does raise the question of there were some people who, I mean, I think everyone there like kind of knew someone who went to the island, but like some of them maybe didn't ever actually go there themselves. And so is it like you get a plus one? Maybe we already talked about that,
Hmm.
but like you get there by proxy, but it does make me
Well,
question.
maybe you're there. Maybe they're there. We talked about this. Maybe they're there because they were important to that person who was
Right.
interacting with the island, and they're maybe not the actual person, but a
Yeah.
projection. Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting. It does kind of make it work maybe a little more clearly for me how like Christian is there,
Hmm.
you know? Uh,
Yeah, like it's not actually really Christian, maybe, or
yeah,
something like that.
yeah, yeah. It's some weird like projection.
Yeah, or it could be, their consciousness their consciousness is um pinged each other.
I guess on the other hand, his body did end up on the island, and the smoke monster impersonated him. So that makes me think his consciousness probably really was there.
Yeah.
In which case it could actually be him.
Yeah.
But I guess like playing a role like that, in a way it bothers me less if it's like a storehouse of consciousness, less so than like a sort of a predefined like afterlife path.
Mm-hmm.
That makes any sense, where it's just like as you die, you meet up with the people who are important to you and so on. Like his role in that seems weird to me in that context. But if it's just like there's all these consciousnesses there, why not? Why can't he just pop in at the end?
Yeah.
And like explain stuff,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he may have even been waiting for them, and probably it was an instantaneous wait because this is outside of time.
Right. There's no now here.
There is no now here. Now, there is none of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. See, these are the questions Carlton and Damon would love to talk about.
Definitely.
Let's ask them, is the Light Cave a storehouse of consciousnesses like so many Dharma branded products?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's a good one. I don't think they get asked that ever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So what was the thing that you had a pin in? We're gonna go back to.
Oh God. So I thoroughly moved on.
But you put a pin in it.
Yeah, but I guess I thought put a pin in it was, yeah, that didn't help me remember, unfortunately.
Well, I'm sure it was brilliant.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't even remember what it was about.
We started this really long tangent that I think started with the lighthouse.
Yeah,
And then we started talking about the lighthouse manipulating the energy and that being a way to
yeah,
get off the island.
yeah.
And
Oh,
then
right,
and
right.
then yeah, then telekinesis, and then and then that idea of a weird scene being an answer to a question you're not thinking about.
Right, right. Yeah.
And then that got us on everything else.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's any more scenes like that. I'm sure there are, but there's just something weird that happens. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
the Dogen thing. Yeah, I guess we didn't really solve
Yeah,
that.
I don't think we have a solution for that yet. Hopefully that'll be to come.
Yeah, let's just keep going.
It seems like if we wait long enough, like answers kind of
Right?
present themselves.
They just kind of, yeah.
It's weird. It's very weird.
Yeah, it's just like little Easter eggs that show up.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, it's strange talking about the show to people because I want to talk about it in this like weird way that's like that I think to normal regular people who don't really think about the show, it's like why are you thinking about it? What?
Yeah.
Like, come on. Isn't it obvious what the show is?
Yeah.
They made it up as they went along. What else
Move
is
on
there to
already.
know?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. That is how it seems from the outside. But if if this podcast isn't convincing that there's more to talk about, you know, than that, I don't know what is.
Mm-hmm.
Because yeah, I mean, we're still digging up stuff, and I mean it gave birth to like this all-encompassing theory, and
Yeah.
there's a lot of big ideas there, I think, that you can kind of uncover, and I'm really not convinced that that's true for every single show.
I'm convinced it's not true. Yeah. I can think of shows that I'm just like, there's no real more depth. Even if you look at some of the elements and try to piece it together.
Like
Uh,
I could imagine someone saying, well, if you think about any show, that long enough, like you could
hmm
come up with all kinds of crazy explanations for things. And I guess I don't necessarily believe that. Like I do think there's something particular about what they're doing here,
Yeah.
um, that lends itself, and that's why this really caught on, and why we can talk about Lost 100 times longer than
hmm
any other show.
Yeah.
you know. And I'm still waiting. I would love to have another show that had all those elements, but it's clear that it's like just a really rare thing.
Yeah, I mean, we're watching really great shows. There've been really great shows on the air, even great mysteries, and they still don't elicit the same kind of reaction. I mean, like Sherlock, there's a lot of cool stuff in Sherlock,
Hmm.
and it's a mystery show,
Yep.
but it doesn't. I mean, you know, uh, there's not a lot to really keep talking about because
Yeah.
because of the storytelling, because you're told what you need to know that's important, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, and I feel like that's it's often true with mysteries. You get your answers, and even there might be lingering questions, but
hmm
it doesn't have that extra thing. Um, I think Lost is really, it can be really conceptual about, you know, I guess since it's so centered on uncertainty and interpretation,
hmm
the fact that it's a mystery and the fact that it is also, since it's about characters exploring a world they don't understand,
Yeah.
it's meta.
As soon as that's the premise of the show, it's automatically like life
Yeah.
because every human being is a character navigating something they don't understand. So it's already, yeah, that meta connection is instantaneous. And then, then if you continue as you execute that premise to leave things unanswered, to let things up to, leave things for an individual interpretation and have misunderstandings and have all the minutia of life, um, yeah, it grows into this thing with all these unknown parts. And, yeah, and then, yeah, it's really strange. And then there's so many parts of it that you don't even think to question, and then when you do, you find that it connects to other things that you didn't think to question. Um,
Yeah, it definitely taught me to question things,
hmm
in a way that I didn't before. I mean, I think when you're a kid and you hear stories, and just like traditionally the way storytelling works, like there's certain things that you're not supposed to question.
yeah,
You just accept them as story elements. But I think Lost was pretty comprehensive about, no matter what they tell you, you really should question that.
hmm
Maybe it is true, but everything is up for grabs on this show. You can't take
yeah,
anything for granted. And I think we really saw that in this episode, to
yeah,
bring it back, like the number of levels of what people were doing, what people thought people were doing,
hmm
like what they were interpreting it meant that people were doing
yeah.
things. Like,
Different groups of people had different parts of the same puzzle, and you know, barely were barely even tried to piece everything together because everything's is an emergency and
Yeah.
there's no time to sit and just hash things out. And like, yeah, then you throw emotion in there, and then people are making
Yep.
decisions based on emotions, which
Yeah.
is, can be chaotic and random. So you're not just thinking about things logically. Now things are, happening emotionally. And
Yeah, I remember it not bothering me. Like, I was on Locke's side, I think, when I originally saw this. I was like,
Mhm,
these not Penny's Bow people, they're evil. I don't trust them. You run
mhm.
away from them. They're gonna kill everybody.
Yeah, that's the thing to do.
That's what I was thinking, but like looking at it now, it's clear how much of a leap it is,
Yeah, because
to
really,
like
yeah,
go there.
yeah, because all that it is we heard like secondhand that Charlie said something based on we have no idea what the circumstances were, how he got that information. But somehow, because he died, we want to take it seriously. And Hurley gives his whole speech about it. Like, Hurley died for this information. Well, then he didn't die to get the information. He died when he got it. And so,
Right.
yeah, this whole leap goes. And really, all it's saying is, like, and again, if you look at that chain of information, that really says a lot about information and truth and what you can know, because it's like, you know Hurley talked to someone he didn't know on a video screen. He figured out it was Penny,
Right.
but he didn't know that was Penny. But maybe he saw Desmond's picture of her. That seems like something that happened.
Mhm.
Did you ever see that? I don't remember if you ever saw that.
Yeah, I don't. I probably.
Yeah, so he probably knew that was Penny, but
Yeah,
there
yeah,
maybe
yeah.
it's,
I think there's a comment where he's like, "Oh, very nice," or something.
yeah. Okay, so he saw her. So okay, so that's
Yeah.
one level of uncertainty taken away. He does know
Yeah.
that's Penny, but
Yeah.
she's saying that, vaguely something. She's not on a boat. He takes that to mean, okay, well, whatever boat is out there is not her boat. He dies, and Desmond sees that message, and all Desmond does is just tell Hurley that,
Yeah.
right? That Charlie says it wasn't Penny's boat, and all of a sudden, and then Hurley says, "Hey, Charlie died to tell us that wasn't Penny's boat." And then I think that level of meaning gets immediately transferred into, okay, well, we have to go to war with those people.
Yeah.
But it's really like, well, all that means is, they are deceiving you, but
Right.
it doesn't mean that they want to kill you. But then, of course, you have been sitting there saying everyone here's gonna die. So
Right.
you have him in this whole information stew,
Yeah.
like spicing it up and throwing all kinds of spice in there.
Yep. Yep.
And he's saying, these people are here to kill you all. So yeah, it's crazy. It's all kinds of craziness.
Yeah. So meanwhile, Ben knows, in fact, that it's Widmore's boat and it's there for him, and he already
Yeah.
has a spy on it.
And he's always, yeah, he's
Who's
already has a
Michael?
spy on it. Yeah, put a spy on it, right? Who happens to be Michael. Yeah, I mean, can you imagine? That's just insane.
It's
I
pretty
mean,
crazy.
I don't even think soap operas get that crazy.
Yeah, yeah, it's pretty excessive. Also, like saying Charlie died for that to give that info. I mean, I feel like it's a little bit. It's not quite. I mean, Patchy, as it were, Patchy. Patchy is his official name. Anyway, Mikhail, like,
Well, it's weird because he had a name. It's not like we never knew his name.
yeah, yeah, totally. So I mean, he's on a mission, from Ben.
Hmm.
Ben doesn't want them to communicate with the freighter. They're actually trying
Yeah,
to stop. Ben's trying to stop the freighter.
yeah.
And
From
that's
finding
what
out.
that's what
Yeah,
Patchy's trying to do.
yeah,
Now I'm calling him Patchy again. Goddamn.
yeah,
Anyway, that's what he's trying to do. He's not trying to stop Charlie from saying not Penny's boat.
yeah.
You know what I mean? In a way, I feel like if he understood that, oh, this is gonna make them not want the freighter to come, he wouldn't mind Charlie saying it's not Penny's boat.
Yeah, I mean, what Ben should have done is to say, "Hey, those people are Widmore's people." Like, it seems
Yeah.
like I don't know how I forgot how the logistics went, but like, yeah, it never was made clear. Like, they actually, it's not in their. I mean, Ben's kind of right. It's not actually in their interest to make contact with that boat.
Yeah. Yeah, and
So
he knows several levels that not only that, Whitmore, he used to be the leader of the others, and
yeah,
I kicked him off the island.
yeah. Not only that, I got Michael on the boat
That's why he's back here with
spying.
me. I already got Michael on the boat spying, so I know what's going on there.
Yeah.
Oh my God. It's totally ridiculous. And I guess it's one of those things where Ben, like in this case, does have a lot of information
Mm-hmm.
that he's not giving away, and I think maybe it's that stuff where I started thinking that he knew a lot more in general, Secrets of the Island type stuff.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That made that feel more plausible, because this is one of those examples where he's holding back like a ton of information.
Yeah, but but that's the thing, right? It's all practically
Very
gained.
practical stuff. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But if he's holding secrets, you think, well, maybe he's holding other secrets, like
Hmm.
more like mystical secrets or something. But there isn't why. Like, why would that be true? And it's not, you know? But it seemed plausible at the time to me.
Yeah.
But from this episode, like, Ben actually seems like an afterthought. Hey, I'd like to go with Locke. Yeah, okay, whatever.
Yeah,
Um,
like it's totally not about. I mean, Jack was just trying to kill Ben like
yeah.
a couple scenes ago, and now it's like, well, now he's trying to kill Locke, and now he's like, fine, I don't care about either of you, just
hmm
leave.
Yeah, and meanwhile, the freighter mission is all about him.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just kind of a huge blunder, um, and kind of weird. Is I don't quite get why he doesn't care about giving up Ben. Like, okay, fine, Locke, you take him. Like, I want to kill both of you, so go off and don't get rescued. I don't care. Like, is that what it is?
Yeah, I think he's like, cause Locke is really saying, listen, we're just gonna go hold up in the barracks and like hide, and Jack is like, well, okay, fine, then you'll be out of my way then, cause I'm
Right,
just gonna go get rescued,
right.
and Jack is not thinking that they want Ben or anything, so that he's not thinking they'll even come up.
Right,
Look
right.
how wrong he is.
She's so, so wrong.
Oh, Jack.
As usual. Like, it's kind of hilarious that, in a way, like, Jack and Locke are both wrong.
Uh-huh. Well, they have to. I mean, the nature of the show is they have to be.
And then it's sort of like, are they here to rescue us or kill us all? And it's like, oh, kind of neither.
Yeah, yeah. They might kill you all, but
Yeah.
they're not there to kill you
But it's
all.
really like, they'll kill you all if you're in the way.
And they might rescue you, but they're
Yeah,
not there to rescue you.
incidentally. But yeah, exactly. That's their real mission is specifically about Ben.
Mm-hmm.
And the other stuff is really just if you have to deal with the other people,
Yeah.
you know. And so, but then even within the freighter, there's not like a clear, um, I guess, like mission statement or whatever. I mean, I think they're even confused about exactly what the priorities are. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I think the science team does know that they're supposed to get Ben, but it doesn't seem like that's actually their job. It seems like they are there to do other stuff, and it's really Kimi's and his people's job to actually get Ben. You
Okay.
know,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
and the science team, it doesn't seem like I don't know if they know even like what Kimi's supposed to do.
No, I don't think they know until I think there's a scene where like the mercenary team gets ready to go and they're like, "Hey, what are they doing with those guns?" Like, um,
Yeah,
they were probably lied to about why they were on the ship, and then once, we've seen that in movies before,
yeah,
they
yeah.
once they get to their destination, then it's like, "Oh no, they're the bad guys."
And then you have people like the captain who also seems like
Mm-hmm.
um
Just hired for a job.
just hired for the job and doesn't really understand the,
Yeah, but you think going into it, oh well, the captain must be in on it.
you obviously.
He's gotta know what's up, and then it's like,
Yeah.
oh wait, why is that?
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. You know, he was, I think, somewhat misinformed. And then you have Naomi, um
Yeah.
who I've always like kind
Well,
of
R
wondered
R.I.P.
about. Yeah, she's actually officially gone now. Um, but I've always kind of wondered, like, I feel like we never really got the chance because I think everything she does with Kate here and warning the ship is like fair. I don't really fault her for
Hmm.
threatening Kate with a knife and for sending a message saying like, these people are dangerous.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't strike me as particularly evil to do that.
Yeah, and it's another way in which Locke foils it up for everybody, because
Yeah,
he attacked her. They thought, well, and they tried to explain like Locke's not really with them, but
yeah.
there's no you can't trust them at that point. You don't know what's going on.
Yeah, from their point of view, they're not gonna see it that way. And I guess I always wanted to see like would Naomi be more like the science team or would she be more like the Kimi side? You know what I mean? In terms of would she just be kind of a ruthless mercenary or would she be more like,
I think she's
well,
got the heart. I think she's straddled both, and I think if she was sitting on the mercenary team when it came time to like kill people, she'd be the one who like switches sides.
yeah, that's what I always kind of wondered about. That makes sense to me because I feel like that is the way she's portrayed,
Hmm.
but she isn't really tested. I think because she dies before that moment comes.
Yeah.
Whereas like the science team, I think clearly choose,
Hmm.
not to support the the mercenaries and the murder and stuff.
Yeah.
But it's interesting that um, uh, we're gonna have to talk about it in the next episode because we're getting into some territory that I always found like really confusing, among other things, um, which is like what Walt actually told Locke to do, you know,
Yeah. Oh, jeez.
um, because on screen all we hear is you have work to do. Um, what he does is he throws the knife in Naomi's back.
Hmm.
Did Locke did God, now I'm doing the Walt Locke thing again. So quick how that comes. I
I don't know
barely
why
started.
that's even a thing, but
It's weird. There's a
yeah.
brain problem.
Yeah, Alt and Ock, something with
I don't
Walt.
know if I mentioned this on the podcast. This is something I've had my whole life. And you all know I'm Justin from the Last Lowdown with Claude and Justin. When people don't know me and they hear my name for the first time, it's really common that they think my name's Jason.
Wow.
That's happened probably hundreds of times in my life with various strangers. They hear my name once and then later Jason. They always think it's Jason. I've never been
Yeah.
mistaken for any other name. Either to get it right or it's Jason
Wow.
every time. And I've become convinced that there's something in the brain that connects those two names and they get crossed somehow. And I feel like something like that's happening with Walt and Locke.
Mhm. Mhm.
Where it's just there's something in the brain connects the two and makes it hard to pick the right one.
Yeah. It's firing the same synapses and
I've always wondered if that happens with Jason's or if people always get their name right. Like, is Jason just easier to remember? Like, it always got me.
Yeah, well, it's a similar sound and structure, and
Definitely.
one is more prominent.
Mm-hmm.
So it's probably Justin is in your brain like a subset of Jason or similar like
Mm-hmm.
that, and people just stop at Jason. I've kind of had that happen a bit, and I'm trying to think of other situations like that. Yeah, well, where you hear a name and you forget it, and the name you think you remember is like this completely other name. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird. Um, so anyway, uh, all I was trying to say is, uh, I think in the next episode, I guess we'll see. I think Locke gives a slightly more detailed report of what Walt said, or at least his interpretation of what Walt said.
Mm-hmm.
But it's always been a question for me if he was like, "You got to throw a knife into Naomi's back, John," or was it just really vague?
I
Like,
think it was probably vague, and it was probably like, you've protect the island, don't let the freighter, don't let those people on the island, or something probably
mhm.
general. Yeah,
So
I bet some general.
the other thing that I think we can definitely infer, he says, from what they say later is, and then report to the cabin.
Yeah. And
And
Yeah, I imagine Locke says like, and then what, or where can I
yeah,
find you, or something like that. It's like, yeah.
because like that's where he's gonna go, like right now, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's for me, that's the key where that's not Walt.
Well, it could be also that he just assumes he can find him there.
No, but I think he almost totally says that Walt told him to go to the cabin.
Oh.
I think that happens in the next episode. We'll have to talk about it because it's some lines that like really bothered me later. But I think Sawyer basically pressures him like, "Why are we going to the cabin?" And I think he basically says it was Walt
He saw
told
Walt, and
that
Walt told him, yeah.
that Walt told him to go to the cabin.
Taller ghost Walt.
Taller goes Walt. That's where that whole thing comes from.
Yeah.
So I mean, we don't know because we didn't hear it, and it's possible that he just inferred it from what Walt did say, but it does seem like it suggested that Walt did specifically say go to the cabin.
Mm-hmm.
And if that's true, I definitely think that it's Man in Black and it's not Walt.
Yeah, it has to be Men in Black. I mean, because Walt never ever alludes to having those powers, and like anytime we've seen them, and like they just kind of drop that whole thing when he leaves the show. I mean,
Yeah, yeah, and going back to this sort of like the last thing is just like confusing.
hmm
The last thing, I mean, putting New Man in Charge aside, because New Man in Charge is its own thing.
yeah,
The last thing we really get with Walt in the show is, when Locke goes to see him and he's like, "I had this dream, and you were on the island, and you were in a suit, and you were surrounded by people that wanted to hurt you." You
hmm
know, um, like it's weird because he seems to be describing what happens with the Man in Black.
yeah.
Um, which now that I think about it, seems like maybe it's implying some kind of connection. Maybe Walt's connected to the island and therefore he's connected to the Man in Black, or there's some kind of relation between them. And maybe that's somehow why the Man in Black can take his form or something. It seems like that's maybe hinting at something because it always struck me as weird that he had a dream where it wasn't even Locke, and then he
Well,
reported.
I always thought that was him seeing the like having a dream of the future, and like it wasn't like he basically like he just like Desmond sees the future. Like he had a flash before his eyes, but it just happened
Yeah,
while he.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I figured that too, but I think it's interesting. I mean, presumably it's just his interpretation that it's really Locke because it looks like him, and like, why would he think that's the smoke monster? You know,
hmm
like I get that, but it's strange to me that that's the dream he has. That's the vision he has. You know, like is that just a coincidence? Like he just happened to see that particular moment? That's that's
Uh.
that's the thing I'm questioning.
hmm Yeah, I don't know.
Or did the Man in Black like send him that to somehow try to encourage Locke to continue on his path by
Like
implying he
Man
gets
in
back to
Black
the island?
gave Walt that dream.
Yeah.
Well, why? But it seems like he would give him a better dream. And like people want to hurt you, you
Fair
know. Like,
enough.
yeah, that's a tough one. Well,
I'll throw it in as another example of like the last thing just creating problems and confusion.
then now we have to think about it from our little rubric here.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to use it as some kind of answer about the connection between Walt and the Man in Black.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Walt gets a dream of the future. Oh well, I mean, it does connect a bit to "Don't open it, Mister Locke." You
Mm-hmm.
know, like a little bit of
Yeah.
that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's supposed to be like that. Definitely. Like he gets a vision of the future, but he doesn't really understand what he's seeing.
Yeah.
And so he just kind of interprets it.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, that's a tough one. The dream. Why did he think of? Why does he dream of the situation? Yeah, it's probably just I don't know. It's hard for me to remember exactly when that happened and like what else was going on. But
Yeah, that's in season 5. It'll be a while
yeah, we'll get
before we
there.
get there. I think at the end of season 4, Kate has a dream involving Claire that I remember also suspecting the Man in Black sent.
Mm-hmm.
I certainly think it's as close to established as we can get for this kind of thing that the Man in Black can send dreams.
Mm-hmm.
Although he never acknowledges it, um, which is frustrating. Um, and I think, I feel like the rules could be maybe flexible in that way that he can't leave the island, but that doesn't mean he can't, you know, project something off the island or whatever. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean?
Oh man, that's crazy. What if he could use the lighthouse to like
Oh God.
put the spotlight on some person and then he could like project his consciousness into their mind.
Yikes. Yikes. That's scary. Um,
You're welcome.
wow. Uh, it's so weird. Talking about the smoke monster is such a weird thing. I mean, I guess it's just an example of like how the show is, but it's you're talking about all this insanity, and
Yeah.
and yet what you actually see on screen is such a small portion of that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? They really hold back, like they imply and they suggest and they let you draw
Yeah.
conclusions that lead you to insanity, but what they
Yeah.
show is such a restrained thing,
Yeah.
you know?
If you could capture that in a horror film, it'd be so good. Like it's a very horrific idea.
Yeah. I mean, it's not that far from like it,
Mm-hmm.
like there's a lot of similar ideas there. He takes the form of dead people, he invades people's dreams,
Yeah.
you know. Um, he uses people's like psychological problems against them,
Mm-hmm.
you know. He's got telekinesis.
He's got telekinesis.
I
How
mean,
else do you think he flies?
they definitely read it. I think he probably was partially an influence there
Mm-hmm.
for that character.
So does that mean he can fly over water?
I don't see why not. That's a weird thing to me.
Yeah.
I think he can. I mean, especially, it seems like he's on a freighter. Um, So, I mean, I don't think he took a boat out there. I feel like I almost want to say like,
But the freighter could have been the lighthouse. Like if we want to throw in the
oh, we could
lighthouse
use the
idea.
lighthouse. Yeah, that's
Because
interesting.
I feel like
I didn't think about
when
that.
he's
That's a
in
good
a
point.
farm and then disappears, like that's not what Smokey does.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, he would normally. I mean, I guess the theory I always had was, since he shows up like the second before the freighter explodes, that
Mhm.
um he says the thing to Michael and then he transforms into the smoke monster and like flies out with the
With the
explosion
smoke,
and
yeah.
that sort of disguises him. I mean, in a way, like why not? But
Yeah.
in another way, like I mean, what you're saying makes sense. He could project or do a thing because yeah, it does seem like sometimes he takes apparitions where they could just vanish somehow,
Yeah.
and the smoke monster can't do that. Like he's stuck there. He's either gonna transform into somebody else or be the smoke monster.
Yeah. Yeah, well, this is one of those things that yeah, I'm just thinking of other TV shows where you could just like endlessly talk about what people may or may not have done.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's weird. It just doesn't happen that often.
Mhm.
You know, it's just not that open. Like the unanswered questions are not so you know detailed. It's not so comprehensive. Like the uncertainty. Like it'll be confined to like much
Mhm.
more specific things. But yeah, usually you don't have to question so much. At least like
Yeah.
what did this person even do and
You don't
say?
have you don't have to
And
question if things actually happened the way people said they happened,
yeah, exactly.
what things actually mean, what they are, what the show tells you things
And
are.
I think a
Um,
lot of times you don't also have to like worry so much about how people are interpreting things.
mhm.
I think you can usually take the way they describe the thing as the way you should think about it. And I think that was the trap I fell into with Lost many times when we were doing the original, run of the podcast. Is like I would want to take a character's interpretation as how the writers are telling the viewer to think about it. That's the correct way. That's why they had the character say that. And I think that does happen, in writing a lot of times. The writer
Mhm.
tells the audience how to think, how they should interpret it based on the way
Yeah.
how the character interpret it.
Yeah.
But on Lost, that maybe that happens sometimes, but usually it doesn't. Usually the character's interpretation is something you should question.
Well, that brings up a good point. Is at what point in the show is the show telling us how to interpret the show? Long silence.
I'm thinking
Um,
about it. It's an interesting question.
because I'm the kind of thing I'm looking for is someone in season one who's a psychologist saying, "Oh, don't worry, Claire. Things are more than what they seem, or something like some little idea of all of this, meaning and consequence theme happening on the
mhm,
show.
mhm,
And I feel like they don't. I feel like all the parts where the show is telling you how to view the show is all indirect. It's like
yeah,
it doesn't give you the tools. It just shows you how to make the tools by showing you where you can only understand things by building those tools. Like
right, right, right. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, I think I think there's probably some pretty like simple exposition where
Yeah.
we can take a character's word for it if they say like, "Oh, Jin's over there" or something. You know what I mean? I
Mm-hmm.
mean, I think there's some stuff like that. Um, but in terms of, the the bigger like plot points and mysteries and stuff, I think they're usually not done that way. At least I can't think of any that are done that way where you can just you can take what a character says as like how you should think about it,
Mm-hmm.
you know. It's always something you should put in the mix. You should put it in this is this character's interpretation, and that means that, you know.
Yeah.
But you can't really take it. I mean, you can take
That
that as
means
far as you
that.
want, but
It,
that's as far as it goes.
that means that, which means that, because of that, before that, after that, and then that, because of that, when that, why that. Yeah.
Exactly. Like with the Swan Station.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, I guess uh, I guess Radzinski maybe told Kelvin that if they didn't push the button, the world would end.
Mm-hmm.
And then Kelvin said it to Desmond, and then Desmond repeated it, and then you know what I mean. And it just goes on down. People choosing to believe this thing. Did Radzinski really believe that, or did he just say that? If he believed it, was he
God.
right?
That's the fucking that's the nature of religion and ideology. It's just like
Yeah,
an idea being handed to another person, and they're choosing to believe it or not.
yeah,
Um, yeah, I mean, yeah, pressing the button is is akin to, a sacrifice to the gods,
yeah, yeah,
like,
yeah.
do I give up my time and my energy and attention to this thing I think will save us?
Yeah,
Is
exactly.
the show that deep, or have we just had a collective breakdown?
I don't think so. I mean, well, no, I think it is. I don't think we've had a breakdown because I don't think that's the only example of that
Mm-hmm.
kind of thing. Of like one character says, I feel like that's actually like that happens all the time. Maybe I'm crazy. Of like one character says something and then it gets repeated
Yeah.
and it just gets kind of like passed down.
Yeah, it could have been Kelvin. Brzezinski told Kelvin, "Hey, if we don't press this button, something really bad's gonna happen."
Mm-hmm.
And then Kelvin goes, "Oh man, that's the end of the world," And then
Yeah.
like he just tells, I could see him even like telling Desmond, "Hey, yeah, we gotta press this button." Desmond's like, "Why?" Something really, really bad's gonna happen. Like what? Ah, something really, really bad, like the end of the world. And
Mm-hmm.
then now all of a sudden it's then when he has to tell somebody else, it's the end of the world.
Right.
Yeah, I could see it kind of just growing and growing because of the circumstances.
Yeah, and we don't. I mean, we're not shown like what exactly Brzezinski thought. I mean, we don't see that, but we also just don't even know. Even to the end of the show, we don't really know if it's true or not.
Hmm.
You know, it's like it's an open question. Just like what would happen if the Man in Black leaves the island.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where they tell you what people think about it, but
Yeah, that's all you can know is what
yeah,
people think about it. You can't see the consequence of something that hasn't happened. So,
yeah, and they never really show it properly. The failsafe gets executed and the Man in Black's killed, and so we never get to see
hmm
for real like what would happen.
and they're not content with not showing us anything, right? They're not like, well, we won't show you the Swan Station exploding and the world ending, but we're also not going to just show you nothing. We're going to show you that
Right.
if you don't press it, something does happen.
Something happens. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. It's not like what Ben said that like nothing happens at all.
Hmm.
It's yeah, there's power there. Something will definitely happen.
Yeah.
But yeah, they stop short of confirming. It's
Yeah.
just do you want to believe that or not? And
Hmm.
they even have I think Hurley at the beginning of season 5, The Lie, we just talked about. Like he does his own Lost in 815, where he like explains everything that happened to him up to that point to his mother.
Yeah.
You know? And the thing he says about the Swan Station is like, and there was a guy down there and he had to push a button every 108 minutes or something would happen. I never really understood what.
Yeah. And like, and it's weird when the show gets quippy and funny like that. But it's also strange that like something we're supposed to really be invested in is something our main character never actually quite gets.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so either that's bad writing or that's part of the theme of these ideas. I don't know.
If anything, that's the writers telling us how to think about it.
You're right. Yeah.
It's like that's the writer saying, yeah, it was not definitive what happened here.
Even Hurley doesn't know.
Yeah.
So if Hurley doesn't know, then you guys should be okay not knowing. Because how can you know if he doesn't know? Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, what a crazy show.
So yeah, I feel like if a character ever says like, well, I have no idea what that means, that's just what you say, or that's just what people say, or something, like that's probably the closest they come to telling us how to think about the show.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Wow. All right. Well, I think we have a really good start to season 4. We have miraculously come up with some new ideas, and
yeah,
I'm looking forward to seeing how they fit into the rest of the season.
Definitely. Here. I feel like I should mention real quick, like, just generally speaking about this episode, like, it was a good episode. It was an interesting choice to make it a Hurley episode for the premiere. And I think for me, this is really the point when Hurley starts to become more interesting.
Oh, yeah. He stops becoming the annoying guy.
Yeah.
And the guy who's just there for comedy.
Like you said, we saw like the most threatening Hurley we've ever seen.
Yeah.
In this episode, which was crazy.
Yeah.
Hurley got to see the cabin. Like it was a huge thing. Bringing him into the mythology like that, because normally a character like this would sit on the sidelines and they're just supposed to be funny, but that's really not his arc. And if you know where the show's going, I mean, he has a pretty big role to play.
Yeah, if you would have said, Hurley's going to be the leader of this island one day, it's like, who? Hurley who?
It's crazy. It's crazy to even imagine that that's a possibility.
Mm-hmm.
But I actually see, in retrospect, the beginning of the end, like I can see them, laying the foundation for that.
Yeah.
And already here.
That's interesting. Yeah. Hurley starts this beginning of the end, and he's at the end.
Yeah, it's crazy. I didn't think about that until just now, but
yeah,
like many things, they just kind of come up.
Many things, they just appear.
But yeah, I just wanted to generally like say, I think it's an interesting premiere. The season 3 one was also good. But I think this one was more exciting. It had more going on. I think season 3 had the huge punch of the book club and the plane crash and the Juliet stuff. But the rest of the episode, not that there was nothing wrong with it, but it was kind of a standard Jack flashback and like him in the cage and stuff. Like it was a decent episode, but it wasn't as packed with new crazy shit.
This is a whole new chapter, and they're starting a whole new kind of story arc for a lot of characters.
Yeah.
The whole show, really. It's definitely, it was just like one thing after it. That was funny, right? When it's like, wow, they cut from the cabin? Like, that's how interesting this stuff is? Like,
yeah, the pace of the story demanded that they not just stay with the cabin until that scene was over. Like it's totally crazy.
Yeah, I mean, starting with like Jack and Locke at odds and Jack willing to kill him, like
Yeah,
that's crazy too.
that's a huge moment. I mean, that's
Mhm.
yeah, yeah. The fact that their conflict has been pushed to that point is crazy. It blew me away at the time, and just a thing to have your hero do. You know,
Yeah, that he's gone that far to the edge, so where he's just gonna shoot him in the
he really
face.
would have done it on the ground. He would have shot him, and you
Yeah, in
can't
front of
question it.
everybody.
It's
Yeah.
really there's no indication that he didn't believe the gun was loaded.
No, no. And I think it was very similar to the line, "What about me?" It's
Yeah,
those moments when the character's right up on the cliff and they might jump off, they might not jump off, but the other character just says something and it just
yeah,
makes them do it. And it's like, that same moment because he had the gun in his face and he cocked it, and then right when he's like,
yep.
"You won't
You're
shoot me,"
not gonna.
click. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. That was the thing. That was. Oh really? Oh
Uh-huh.
really?
Yeah. Like I wasn't going to until you said that, so now I have to because you said
Yeah,
that. Like,
yeah, yeah.
because of
Don't
what
tell me
you
what
did.
I won't
To
do.
tell you what I won't do. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. That's funny. You're right. That's what it was. It was like a provocation.
Mm-hmm.
Don't pretend like you know what I would do.
Yeah.
Watch this.
Mm-hmm.
But I
Whereas
like that.
in a way, Locke was also saying he was really kind of saying, "Well, you're not gonna shoot me because it's empty."
Right.
But yeah, it kind of how they put it together. It was like, "You're not gonna shoot me," click,
Mm,
because it's empty.
right.
Well, good stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. I really enjoyed that.
Man, imagine if we were doing this commentary series and like we were hating everything.
That would be a problem.
Mm-hmm.
It would probably get tedious after a while.
Yeah.
Oh man, another piece of shit.
Tedious Welliver.
Oh god, that's hilarious.
um.
If we had to do a Dexter commentary or something, it would certainly
Oof.
be that way at a certain point.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. You never like. Now, did Dexter kill him because
Right.
you're never really uncertain why? Because he's gonna show the person a picture of something, and then tell them why
Mm,
he's killing them.
yeah. 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 It's not that deep.
His
It's
dark passenger demands it.
God.
But Dexter, you are the dark passenger.
Shut up, Harry. You didn't even invent the code.
You didn't even invent the code. Wow. Wow. Anyway, okay, cool, man. Well, yeah, good podcast. I
Yeah.
think we're on to a good start. Thanks everybody for listening. Hopefully we can keep a solid cadence for releasing these things, but there might be some times when there's a bit of a break. But yeah, hopefully we can get through season 4 pretty quickly here.
Yeah, we never forget about Lost. It's always hovering there, and we get to it
It's
eventually.
never done with us.
It's it really isn't.
No, it's never done
It
with
won't
us.
let go.
Cool. Until next time, thanks and namaste.
Namaste and good luck.